Maybe I think we can wait for 5 minutes to. Yeah, thank you. So we were waiting for the more further people, but like I think now it's time to start. Christine, can we start from now? Thank you. Alright, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very so much for joining us in very early morning this session, and we're gonna discuss on the governance of the crypto assets, and our session title is like, can we apply multi-stakeholder approach for the governance of crypto assets? So it is kind of relation between the what is a multi-stakeholder model and how to apply the kind of model to the governance of the crypto assets. Alright, so we use the word crypto asset, but it is like the yes. I will explain later. So first of all, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. First of all, I would like to introduce today's our experts. I'm a moderator, Mariko Kobayashi, with from America Link. I'm representative from private sector, and sorry, the next. Yes.
Hi, my name is Yuta Takanashi. I'm from Japanese financial regulator. I think it's very rare for the financial regulator to participate in the International Governance Forum, but I'm very happy to be participating.
Good morning. I am Satish Babu. I chair the APIRELO, which is the end-user organization of ICANN in the Asia Pacific. I have been working on cryptocurrencies from 2013 when I started buying and selling Bitcoin. Today, I am also driving a team developing applications on several of the blockchain platforms. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hirotaka Nakajima from the Crypto Asset Governance Task Force, which is like kind of Japanese technical community to discuss about security or governance issue among the crypto asset on the blockchain. Nice to meet you.
So these are our guests for today. So this is our agenda. First, I will provide a very brief introduction, and the next, the hero will talk about the recent incident and security considerations on the crypto asset, and the next, the user will give a kind of the perspective of regulator on this problem. And last, Satish will talk about internet governance, the kind of relation between the internet governance and crypto assets. And also, I think he will talk about something like the Facebook going live later. And also, we have an open discussion. I would like to have a kind of 30 to 35 minutes to be interactive with our audiences. And we will discuss how to connect the internet governance community and the blockchain and crypto assets community, for example. Or I think also Satish will give insights about social and governance issues on the regular, like now very hot topic. And the last, we have a brief wrap-up later. So we do not have a very detailed detailed explanation about the blockchain itself, but so this is the very famous the paper. I think the more than 20 years ago. There is one figure which is frequently used in the blockchain or crypto assets fields, and so what this means is like the. So this is a centralized. This means centralized. Like I think internet resources is also like this kind of things. Like the IP addresses or like the domain names are kind of centralized and managed under the one body, and and also like the many of the nodes is connected to the kind of center point. And the next, so the second one is like decentralized, and I think the decentralized is somehow yes, non-centralized model, but like they have some other kind of main node, and like there's a lot of small node, and then they're connected to each other. And the third one is like distributed. This is like I think blockchain model. Like on the like every node is connected to the full mesh, I think. So like we call like the P2P model, or the kind of word use it. Okay. So the secondary, I would like to talk about a little about cryptosets. So the cryptoset is like it's one of the just one of the use cases of blockchain. Like sometimes like people think about like blockchain's cryptosets, but I want to say it's one of the use cases, and the cryptosets is also I think the familiar words is cryptocurrency, but we use the cryptosets the word, and it is our new type above the assets, which is recorded as a digital form, and are enabled by the use of very like kind of strong cryptography to establish a secure transaction on financial services. And currently, like the many types of the cryptosets are proposed right now, and it's like they're like 4 or 5 like utility token, a security token, and yeah, a few more right here. And I would like to ask like how many people are use or have cryptosets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, thank you. And I think the
You're not working.
yeah, like
Next slide, please.
yeah, thank you. So okay, I just started. Okay, so and also I would like to ask the audience about how many numbers of people are heard about this Revealer before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Okay, thank you. So I think this is very now hot topic in the cryptosets area. I know like people are now discussing like Libra is whether cryptosets or not, but like what is the point is like Libra. The purpose of this project is kind of a private provide a financial inclusion for all the people on the Facebook the kind of things, and this is the this figure shows the Libra Foundation members, like they do not include the financial like banking company, banking, but like they also have some payment system like Visa or Master, and also a content provider, and like the Spotify or Uber and Lyft, and also some C2C services, and also they have like Vodafone, and there is also other like NGRs in there. And I think the Satish will talk more detail about the labor and what kind of consensus is raised right now. So the next one is like the recent movement to regulate those cryptosets. So one thing is, so all of these are in this month, and one of the things is, the first one is on July 15, I think 3 days ago. In India, like the draft bill was leaked, and the draft bill is like the burning of cryptocurrency and regulate. So burn all of the cryptocurrency except the digital rupee, which is like the official digital currencies in India. So it gives strict regulation to burn all of crypto assets except the digital rupee. And the second one is also like July 15, like IMF fintech notes was published, and the notes is like the rights of the digital money, and they also like evaluate the good impact of the regular, but they also mentions the necessity of a global regulation on this new this regular foundation and some cloud assets. And I think so July 16 there is a U.S. Senate hearing of Facebook Libra. I think now it's very hot topic on the Twitter or Facebook. Yeah, you can see some a lot of the discussion about it on the social network services, but they also concerns on anti-money laundering or consumer protection or CFT issues here. And also, I think the last night, it's kind of 4 hours ago, there is another like U.S. House hearing was taken. And also like this is I kind of put on Twitter, but like it is a Trump Twitter. I think this is July 12, I think, and he said like I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other currencies in which you know money and whose value is higher environment based on there or something like. So the kind of like nation's BIP is also very pay attention to this area. Sorry. So to provide a safer, secure, universal crypto assets, because the safer and secure universal is like today's this year's API IGF theme, we need to discuss and consider about like from the consumer protection perspective and also security, privacy, and the market integrity, and also financial stability. And as I talked before, like KYC is know your customer, and the anti-money laundering, we call AML, and combating the financing of terrorism, we also use the word CFT. However, so in the existing model of internet governance, we talked somehow like centralize the internet resources. Like, the targets of the governance is like IP address and the domain names are like this kind of figure. However, like blockchain is like very very meshed. So it is not like centralized control. Like for example, like if you don't like the chain or block, you can create another one. So in that, under the characteristic of the kind of blockchain or cryptocurrency community, there's the problem like how can we govern this model? So this is just non-governance model. I listed it up. So one of them is I think internet governance uses the multi-stakeholder model of MSM. We use the word, and it's like ICANN and this kind of IGF is a part of this model. And the other one is I think internet standards body uses the document based or working group driven format of the discussion, like IETF, WTC, and ITUT is the kind of technical community. And also like we have to consider the discussion should be in the open or closed or also free or membership or like. So I would like to display these question like, do we need a governance for crypto assets? And the next one is what is a desirable format to discuss those issues I listed before. Those issues on the crypto assets. So the next the Hiro will talk about the recent incidents and some security consideration of the crypto asset.
Thank you, Mariko, and hello, everyone. Let me talk about the recent incidents, security incidents among the crypto asset in APAC regions. This is that's not the full list, but this is kind of list of the security incidents happening last few years in APAC region. So you can see like there's many of the incidents happening for the last couple of years, and we have like as you see like last right low, and you can see that the right column that you can see the value of the coin loss. Like so as you see like so many millions of assets are leaked or stolen by the attackers, which is like the consumers, the customers actually ask the crypto asset exchanges to hold their asset. Actually, that was the leaked or stolen by the attacker. That's a that is a horror incident that happening like this in a couple of years. So, but those incidents. So before talking about those incidents, I think we need to figure out what's the issue, what's the root cause of those incidents. Because like if we don't know the root cause of those incidents, we cannot talk about how do we deal with that. So I will just summarize those and I would summarize the root cause of those incidents. Okay, so I'm sorry, it's too small. Yeah, I'm so sorry. So anyhow, I will upload those slides later on the APR IGF website. So I'd summarize the incident regarding crypto asset in 2018, and here's the. Okay, so let's skip that. You can take a look later on the website. So this is just summary. Like it says like for example, one crypto asset exchange leaked lost their asset because that the employee of the company his PC or his or her PC is compromised by the attacker's phishing emails or the APT attack, and other cases is like this slide, the second one is a Geth. Geth is a Ethereum Go client implementation implemented by Go language. And that case, like that client has like kind of API that's kind of interface, which is a program can send transaction, receive transaction. Then that kind of gateway. So that gateway, it should be securely configured, which means like should be blocked the attack or unauthorized access from the internet, but somehow like the people forgot or people didn't aware that they need to configure security. So there are so many clients insecurely configured. So those clients like the attacker attacks those clients and steals their asset. So, but okay, still it's too small. I'm so sorry. So, the after like take a look with those incidents. So there's an analysis. So root cause of those incidents are still unrevealed because of there are some reasons. So one big reason is that so those incidents the police investigate the case. So as I could say in Japan, like if the police investigate the case, like sometimes it's difficult to rebuild the root cause because if they rebuild the root cause, like attacker can notice it. So most of the case like root cause of those incidents are unrevealed, but we can see there's some common issues. So first case is like APT attack or phishing emails to crypto asset exchange. So as I said, like attacker sends the email to crypto asset exchange and asks the employee to open the emails, and once they open the email, especially in the attached file, and that contains like virus or something, and attacker can control their PCs. The second case is attack to the employee's credentials. So crypto asset exchange, like which holds a huge amount of the asset. So we think that their credentials must be strong, or like the credential must be stored in a secure way. But sometimes that it doesn't. So and we credentials or the credential stored in the insecure way, that's stolen. That's what's stolen by attackers. That's some cases, and once they, or the other cases like the attacker attacks to the vulnerabilities of their systems. So not this is actually not common, but some cases we found that some cases. So one case is that crypto asset exchange. So if someone would like to transfer their assets, for example, like if I want to send some bitcoins to Mariko, so for example, I have a 10 bitcoin, okay, and I would like to send Mariko 15 bitcoins. That's not possible because my account is I only have a 10 bitcoin. But that exchange, so the user exchange validates the input. So if I send 15, the exchange system should say, oh no, you don't have enough money, so enough coin, so you cannot do that. But that incident, like that validation system is not working well. So I could send the 15 bitcoin to Mariko. So those incidents, like attacker finds those vulnerabilities and they attack them. Or like there is the vulnerability that's with the software that's used in the system, so attacker can attack it. So then, like as I said, the first two is like a APT attack or like steals the employee's credential. Then finally attack steals the signature key of the hot wallet. Hot wallet is like there is so many discussion and how about the definition of the hot wallet. So I don't. This is my understanding, but so I could say like the hot wallet is like an online connected wallet. The crypto asset wallet is connected online. So the people can send the people in the crypto asset exchange can send the commands to transfer asset to the Mariko or some people outside the crypto asset exchange. So that if attackers manage to steal those key, attacker can use the crypto asset whatever he or she wants. So this is an analysis of those incidents. So after the incidents, so many incidents, was actually let's say, yeah, we have like the three incidents highlighted in the orange. That's the incident happening in Japan. So after the incident, the security engineers and also the engineers from the crypto asset exchange would start some kind of the activities to how to define the reference model of the crypto asset exchange. Because if we don't have a certain model of the crypto asset exchange, we cannot discuss which area, which connection is vulnerable for the attacker. So we are trying to figure out to define those reference models, and also we published the internet draft at IETF, and also like published the technical report in the ISO TC307 about like the security consideration for the crypto asset exchange, and we'd like to discuss like among the global community, because like this kind of crime is not limited within the country. This is a global crime, so we'd like to discuss about how to protect those incidents from the perspective of security point of view, to prevent and and this document we believe that those documents can prevent future incident. So this is the end of my part, and let me.
So before moving on to the regulator's perspective, I would like to have briefly like 5 minutes the interactive part with audience. Like if you know your country's the kind of incidents or security constellation, please I would like you to share in this room. So anyone wanna share about your local or regional environment? No. Maybe so. Okay. So if no, we would like to move on to the Utah's presentation. All right. You have 10 minutes, please.
Okay, so I will explain a little bit about regulation and issues around crypto asset. So before I jump into the issues around crypto asset, I will need to explain a little bit about the financial regulation. So we have mainly 3 goals of the financial regulations. First one is the maintaining the financial stability, the preventing financial crisis. The other one is another one is the protecting the investor and the consumers. It is very simple, so we need to protect them. The other thing is the preventing financial crimes like the money laundering or terrorist financing. So these goals are not just benefit for the regulators, but for the benefit of the public. So it is very important for us to maintain these goals, but this will become difficult in the case of the blockchain-based finance. Yeah. So the blockchain has several technical characteristics that makes it difficult for us to regulate or enforce a regulation. The first one is decentralization. So basically, financial regulators regulate financial intermediaries like banks or securities companies or insurance companies. But in the blockchain-based financial system, there is no financial intermediaries to regulate. So basically, we will lose the target to regulate. Another one is the autonomous nature of the blockchain. So usually when we find some issues in the financial intermediaries, we order them to stop their services. But in the blockchain-based financial system, the case, we cannot stop the service. So basically no one can stop the service from the outside of the network. And also, if we fail to regulate financial intermediaries, we can still regulate the users, but users can be anonymized. So we cannot know who does what in the network. So it becomes difficult for us to regulate end users as well. And if there is any problems, we cannot modify the issues in the ex post basis because the blockchain does not allow to modify the data afterwards. So basically, when we find the issues around money laundering, usually we modify the data in the banking system or ask banks to change the data of the transaction, but we cannot do that in the blockchain-based financial system. And also, of course, it is global, so it is difficult for us to regulate in each jurisdictions. So regulation in each jurisdiction is not enough. So we need to regulate globally, but it's not easy because every country has different culture, different financial system, and different regulations. So it is very important for us to harmonize the regulation, but it's not easy. And also, it is open. So anyone can participate in the development and usage and deployment of the technology. So basically, anyone can participate in the system from anywhere from the world. So if one country decide to lose the regulation, probably it's easy for them to move to these countries to participate in this system. So it's very difficult for us to know where the person participating is located. So all of these characteristics make it very difficult for us to regulate or enforce a regulation, but still we need to achieve the regulatory goals because it's very important for the society. So I think it's interesting because the blockchain-based financial system is basically activity in the cyberspace, and internet community has already discussed how we can deal with issues in the cyberspace. And in the 1990s, later 1990s, the professor called Lawrence Lessig provided some mechanism to control the activities in the cyberspace, which is called the parasitic dot theory. And he says we can utilize not just law and regulation, but also market mechanisms and social norms and architecture. Architecture is the technology. So his idea can be applied to the blockchain-based financial system as well. And last year, some of the professors at the Harvard University provided some consideration on the application of this model to the blockchain-based financial system. And I think it's very interesting because usually the financial regulators focusing on the law and regulation to control the activity in the financial system, but this theory or this model indicates that we need to think about more on the social norms or technology as well as the market mechanisms to control the system. So it's new idea for us, but it is worth to explore this, how we can utilize these ideas. But the preliminary, I gave the preliminary consideration on the application of these models. First one is law and regulation. It's of course we can apply the law and regulation to the some of the entities remain in the blockchain financial system, but I think it's not complete. The other thing is we can in the market we can utilize the market mechanisms embedded in the blockchain itself, like the mining or mining and also the fees. For example, the regulators themselves can participate in the mining, or regulators also participate in the market of the crypto assets. But I think if we intervene in this way, probably no one will use this blockchain system, and they can create new blockchain system. The other thing is the social norm. I think we can utilize the social norms, but it's indirect. It has only indirect effect on the activities. The other thing is the architecture. Sometimes people call this as a coder's law. I think it's very interesting idea for us to explore. But at the same time, if the code acts as a law, probably we need to think about how we can develop the code and also how we can include various aspects of the various different viewpoint in the code development process. So I just wrote as a code of development is politics. So this idea is very interesting, but we need to explore a little bit more in the coming years. So this picture is the G20 meeting in Fukuoka. So this year the Japanese government chairing the G20, and we had a big conference or a big meeting for the G20 financial minister and central bank governors meeting in Fukuoka last month. And in this meeting, we discussed how we can deal with the decentralized financial system in general, and the Financial Stability Board. It is the big international organization comprised of the international regulators, published some reports on the decentralized financial technologies and its implication for financial stability, regulation, and governance. In this report, we discussed how we can maintain achieving the financial stability and also the financial, preventing financial crimes. And the interesting is the financial regulators clearly understand that it is important for us to participate in the discussion on the code development or technology development. We don't say that we need to regulate technology itself, but we need to like talk with other like stakeholders like the engineers or businesses and users, and also we admit we need to explore the way to engage these different stakeholders. Even maybe we maybe we need to work with engineers. It's not common for the financial regulators, but we need to work with these different stakeholders. And also the financial ministers and central bank governors welcome this report, and they acknowledge that we need to work with other stakeholders. So this is basically the same as the multi-stakeholder approach on the internet governance. So that's why I came here to discuss this concept. But in reality, it's not easy to work with other stakeholders. At this moment, regulators try to understand technology and the ecosystem, but it's not easy for us to understand because it's more technical, and also it's very new phenomenon for us, and the speed is very fast. And then the engineers or open source like type of the community feels like the regulator is the enemy, so they don't want to talk to us. So sometimes, so the interesting is in the Fukuoka, we invited some people from the cypherpunk activities to discuss this issue, and then on the Twitter, some people said they are going to the territory of enemies. So it is a general like perspective for the open source engineers. So it is important for us to talk with them, but in reality it's not easy. And of course, the businesses don't want to have any regulation, and the business is very developing very fast for us to catch up. So, and of course, the consumers feel it's not transparent. For example, in Japanese case, some of the cryptocurrency exchanges don't provide enough information to the consumers. So these issues is not easy to solve, but it's important to address and start communication each other to work together to maintain the society is safe and efficient. So ideally, we can utilize law and regulation and code, technology, the social norm, and market mechanisms. All of them is mainly affected by the different stakeholders in the blockchain-based financial system, but we need to work together to like establish the healthy governance mechanisms. That is my part. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I think many people are taking a picture of those informational slides. So I would like to also have like very the brief on the Q&A about his presentation if you have. Oh, please.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for sharing this information. It's quite interesting. But I have a question like, do you have any use cases like have already applied for the financial regulations?
Actually, I'm not sure it is called multi-stakeholder, but we already have some sandbox mechanisms. Sandbox is the like kind of allowing people in the businesses or engineers to come to talk to us, and then provide some like special treatment in the regulatory regime. And also, we sometimes have hackathon like with engineers to like provide from the regulators provide some like information about our like difficulty to deal with some issues. They ask the engineers or businesses to provide some solution to us, and so this kind of communication is already happening. But this is basically in a specific jurisdiction or specific areas or specific topics. So we don't have any like general global based like multi-stakeholder governance type of approach for these issues.
Sorry, like because for why I know is like there are some user cases, but I know it's in their like blockchain technology, like Hyperledger, like yeah, they have some user cases in this way. But in financial, like for digital kind of digital currency, there is quite controversy question. Like, is they have any kind of regulations you might going to have in Japan, or I'm not sure is it asking in a polite way, like
Yeah, in terms of the use cases itself, still many people discussing how we can utilize blockchain technology in the financial system. Some people says we can utilize in the like securities market, like security token offering, or it's a little bit different from the currency, but it's more on the securities or like financial assets. The other thing is maybe we can utilize blockchain system in the trade finance or like insurance as well as payment. Payment is more like on the currency. So many people like providing some ideas in the market, but still it is in the very early stage on the discussion. In the Japanese case, financial regulator decided to regulate crypto asset. So we defined what is a crypto asset, then who can facilitate the transactions, who can sell this asset to the general public, and also because of the lots of the hacking incident in Japan, we have also introduced some new regulation on how the crypto asset custodians should manage the customers' money, customers' crypto asset, like how we can utilize the cold wallet on the hot wallet type of thing, and also we regulate them not to provide like too much advertisement or the unrequested solicitation or something like that. So we like impose lots of regulation on the crypto asset space right now, but I think as a country is still discussing how they can deal with these like type of new like innovation or new like crypto asset industry.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Could you,
As we are streaming.
could you elaborate the aspect of code as law and how that is work?
Yeah. So I think it's still the kind of the sort of experiment. So the code as law is interesting topic for us to explore, but it may be difficult to like transport some kind of the regulation into code. But at least especially in the like privacy or the traceability issues, probably the blockchain can provide some like technology to improve the anonymity, but at the same time we need to understand who does what in the system to prevent money laundering or terrorist financing. So at this moment there is no good solution. So sometimes the technology on the anonymity is kind of 0 or 100 kind of base. So, but we need to like find a solution, a technical solution to deal with how we can balancing between the privacy and traceability. In that case, because the blockchain-based financial system is more a code-based system, so if we work with the engineers to come up with a good solution to maintain the privacy and traceability in the good balanced way, probably it could come from the like code or the technology. So it may be difficult to transport like existing regulation and law into code, but still we can utilize the technology and the code in the very new area of the issues like privacy and traceability in the blockchain-based system.
Okay, so we'd like to move on to. So thank you for rather your discussion to the panelists. So I would like to move on to the Satish presentation or the first word. So maybe or like, yeah, 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes or something. Please. Oh, sorry, just skip it.
Sorry.
Skip.
Takes time to.
Maybe
So this
you're
one
back
doesn't
right now.
have any- Yeah, thanks, Mariko, for having me. I am Satish, and I'm going to talk about some of the governance aspects of cryptocurrencies, and I'll also touch upon this code is law somewhere inside. Now, most cryptocurrencies are decentralized, open, peer-to-peer, and free of entry barriers. There are some exceptions. For example, the Hyperledger family from the Linux Foundation. These are permissioned blockchain systems. So you need a certificate to get into their system. But by and large, most of the other cryptocurrencies, now Hyperledger is not a currency, it is a blockchain system. Cryptocurrencies are things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and a bunch of others. There are probably over 2,000 cryptocurrencies right now. My sympathies are with the regulators, but if you understand the philosophical origins of Bitcoin, this is from the cypherpunk movement that started in the 80s and 90s. The Bitcoin paper itself came out just after the financial meltdown in the US, after the capital markets melted down. And this is based on a very strong anti-government approach, saying that we do not need governments. We will manage our own currencies, coins, finances. So it's not surprising that it is very hard to govern or kind of put in regulatory frameworks onto cryptocurrencies. Now, blockchain is very neutral. Blockchain is not controversial because it's an infrastructure. It is more like a database, but a different version with different properties. So blockchain has no real regulatory implication, unlike cryptocurrencies. So back to my slides. Each currency, like Bitcoin or Ethereum, has its own community. But this community, unlike our normal communities in real life, are anonymous. We only know their addresses. We don't know who these people are. Now, how does one govern a community when the actors, the members, are anonymous? Now, this is where code is law comes in, actually, because we don't know each other, but we still have to govern ourselves, and I'll touch upon that later. So, who are the stakeholders in this system, in a cryptocurrency system? We have normal users who just want to transact. I want to buy something from an online store who accept Bitcoin, so I become a Bitcoin user. I pay and I transact. Very simple. Merchants, the other side of this transaction, who would like to accept Bitcoin and sell some merchandise. Investors. Now, this is a fairly different segment. These are people who are waiting for the Bitcoin prices to go up. So they are holding on to value. So they are investors. Now, there is a kind of coins called stable coins, which do not fluctuate because they are by design pegged to a currency, like the USD or the yen. In fact, Libra is one of them. Now, there is no investment opportunity there because it does not fluctuate. Now, people are saying that Bitcoin will touch $100,000 to a Bitcoin by 2021. Now, this is actually a self-feeding hype. So we do not know whether it will happen or not, but people have been talking about it. So this is highly therefore speculative. Stable coins are not speculative. The other cryptocurrencies could be speculative, and therefore investors are there. Developers who build applications on the platform. So smart contracts like Ethereum, you can build smart contracts. These are contracts that automatically trigger, and you don't have to have human beings monitoring these things. Now, these are different from the core platform developers who develop the software for the platform itself. Those are different people. But these developers I'm talking is actually people who develop applications and distributed dApps on Ethereum, for example. Miners. Now, miners are a very clear interest group because they are making money from the mining process. Now, we don't have time to get into what this mining process is, but these are people who actually make money from providing infrastructure and the computers for these networks, and they get paid in terms of the crypto. There are also things like validators, like Libra has validators, because Libra, the consensus is based on proof of trust, not proof of work. Therefore, they do not have miners, and mining in Bitcoin is very, what shall I say, controversial, because the fact that it consumes a whole lot of power, electricity. Currently, it consumes more than the whole country of Denmark, and the entire savings from renewable energy has been wiped out by Bitcoin single-handedly. So, from an environmental perspective, this is actually a matter of great concern, but we are not talking about environment here, so we'll skip that. The next group is the core platform developers. Now, these are the people who write the code, and these are the people who actually implement code is law. Okay, because when you have a community which are completely anonymous, there is a group that takes governance decisions. That is the last group. So these are all actually people who are trusted by the community, either by a handle. Their identity is not known, but the handle is known, and they have been contributing to these things, so people know them. Or the identity is public. Either way, there is a small group which decide on certain things, and the core platform developers implement this in code. And the moment you implement it, there is no other bylaw or laws. The code itself runs the whole decision or the policy changes. This is why we call it code is law. There are also other entities like the media, regulators, and governments who have really no influence as of now on cryptocurrencies. Now, whether this is a bug or a feature, we do not know. But the crypto people themselves do not want to be governed or regulated in that sense. Then there are also malicious actors who want to break into the system. Now, the Byzantine fault tolerance, which is a kind of fundamental building block of most crypto, is meant to keep out these people, as long as they are below a certain threshold, which may be 33%, 50%, whatever it is. As long as they are below that, we don't care about them, although they may be trying to hack in. The core Bitcoin protocol has not been breached so far, although lots of Bitcoins have been stolen, as has been pointed out. But that's not because of the core protocol. Now, there are actually conflicts of interest. For example, the miners want the mining rewards to be high so that they get money. But the users don't want that probably. So, although there are these conflicts of interest, it is assumed that all these actors believe in the long-term sustainability of the platform itself. They do not want to sabotage it. This is the belief. Some of these categories may be anonymous or publicly identified. In Libra, all of them are reputed figures. So they are well known in public. But unfortunately, the crypto people do not believe in reputation as a factor. The crypto people believe that the mathematics should take care of everything. Now, governance. Now, the code base runs on every node of the network. And this code base encapsulates all the policy decisions. And that is the only thing that holds the network together. And this is indeed the law. Now, what does the node software decide? The total money supply, the schedule of creation, and consequently whether it is inflationary or deflationary. A government is inflationary. When you have a war, you print more notes, you run the war, but the value of your savings drop. But Bitcoin and most other coins are, crypto coins are deflationary. The whole trajectory of the life cycle is well known. That is why people are talking about Bitcoin touching $100,000, because it is deflationary, the value is steadily going up, supply is restricted or limited. The block size, hash difficulty, block rewards for miners, the address creation validation systems, the consensus policies, these are all part of the code is law, and it's implemented in code. Any change to this code base can be only made by a very small group of people. Usually, in many cases like Ethereum, there is a voting process. And in some cases, there is a trust process. But in any case, the entire thing is encapsulated in code. Now, if there is a violent disagreement in the community, what happens is there is a fork. There's a hard fork. That means the code base splits. So people who believe in one style will create a new code base, and then they will run with that. And the coin gets split into two. This has happened many times in the history of cryptocurrencies. Now, can we apply a multi-stakeholder approach to governance of cryptocurrencies? Now, unfortunately, the classical division of multiple stakeholders, so you have government and in that business or industry or civil society, technical community, etc. This does not map onto the cryptocurrency world. But there are still stakeholders. There are these multiple stakeholders that we saw earlier. And governance was basically by trusting a few community members. But later on, there were more elaborate mechanisms of voting for changes to the policy. And some new communities have what is called as on-chain governance. Now, Aragon is an example of where everything can be voted by the participants in the online so-called DAO, the organization, the digital cryptography-based organization. So the entire thing is based on votes, and the vote is on the blockchain itself. But things like rough consensus or bottom-up does not appear to be relevant to crypto. So we don't have something like rough consensus. There is voting, or there is no voting. So it is not like we have a fuzzy kind of definition of how to go forward with policy changes. Now, one person, one vote is not practical as users are anonymous, so you don't know who the person is. A person may have many addresses. Bitcoin does not stop you from creating as many addresses as you wish. Votes is equal to number of coins held. That's another way to look at it. If I am richer, it's like having a company, shares in a company. I get more votes. But that's not democratic. So what will happen there is that some of the billionaires will then, change policy. A few wise members creating policy is not fully democratic, but it's slightly more transparent. The risk of forking by minority if there's a vertical split. These are some of the challenges. And the on-chain model now seems to be gathering a little more traction. So I will stop here.
So thank you so much, Satish. So I would like to have a interactive discussion part here. Or if you have any question or the opinion about the blockchain or crypto assets governance, or please share your opinion here. Or Q&A or question is also fine.
If you're waiting for the question, I can bring some of the comment for that.
Go please.
I think the cybercurrency is definitely a kind of interesting experimental. It's really difficult to claim this is a cybercoin is kind of currency yet. If you are going to be from the traditional currency point of view, the cybercoin actually is not a currency yet. It's based on the traditional definition of currency. Second of all, well, for example, like a Bitcoin or something like that, is much like you go to the casino to get the chips. It's much like that. So you can exchange the chips. But definitely at this moment, it's not really a currency at a point. That's the first point. The second thing is the Bitcoin, one of the most famous cybercurrency is the Bitcoin. But as anybody study the Bitcoin, you find that actually the Bitcoin exchange speed is very slow. I don't know how many of you know that. Every second, the Bitcoin only can exchange, I think, 7 or no more than 10 times. But do you know what is the currency we are using a day? How many exchange every day, every second? You think about the currency, no matter you are using the ruble or Japanese yen or whatever, the Taiwanese dollar. You go on to the street, you go to the 7-Eleven, you change the money. It's moving the money around. So based on the Bitcoin experience, the exchange speed is so slow, it really cannot be satisfied by the society's needs. It's based on the current speed. And the question is an interesting one. Is well, this is the second point, and we can talk about more. Maybe they have a much better exchange speed when the algorithm and the machine power is provided. But one more information for all, you might be heard that the electricity using by the Bitcoin is almost the same as the country of Sweden. Oh, Switzerland. Almost the same as Switzerland. We see. So it's really a lot of electricity. It's not free, okay? It's not free. So if you're thinking about you are printing in a currency, factory, they print it, and then the paper you can carry around. The electricity is not that expensive as Bitcoin is doing the exchange, because every time you do the Bitcoin exchange, you need the algorithm and all the hash table to update it. So they all using the electricity. The number 3 is also very interesting. We have to be careful, and just like the professor talking about that, the governance issue. Why the governance issue there? Almost everybody know that the Bitcoin actually is the best tool for wash money. And the wash money actually is treated as a crime in the current society, unless we can ignore that. But most of the country treat the wash money is a crime. It's a kind of damage for the society, the stability of the finance.
Thank you. So,
Does anybody else want to respond? I'll respond. But
Yeah, thanks so much for your question. So you mentioned about like transaction and the number of transactions that the cryptocurrency can processing the issues, and also like electricity, and also like a countermeasure for the money laundering. So yeah, so we believe that's those issues currently happening into the cryptocurrency, crypto asset world, and some of the you mentioned the Bitcoin has not so fast to to process the transaction per second, but some the blockchain-based currency propose like more faster method, and also like some the electricity issues. So some like Ethereum trying to introduce like proof of stake, so which reduce the electricity, but still there is this huge discussion. There's a huge question. Can we use that? So engineers and as Satish said, like a core developer who implements the code as a law struggle with those issues. But the third issue, the money laundering, I think that's a very important issue, because money laundering should be the people need to face the money laundering issue, not only Bitcoin or crypto asset core developer, but also the regulator and law enforcement. And we definitely need a discussion among them, and also that we need the citizen, the people, the civil society to enter those issues. So that's why we brought this idea here, and we need some discussion. And of course, I don't have a solid idea to how to deal with those questions. So I think Yuta or Satish might have anything else.
Yeah, okay. So the issue of the money laundering may be the one of the most difficult one to solve, because I think the on-chain governance is a very interesting topic to discuss, but at the same time, I'm not sure the engineers or the developers actually take into all the social issues into code development or not. So basically, at this moment, in the current society, the government or politicians or more like public authorities that takes a role to like consider on the social issues or social benefit in developing the policies. But in the code-based system, probably this role is transferred to the engineers or the code developers. But I'm not sure they can deal with all the public policy issues or not. So it is kind of the intersection between the society and code-based system. So I'm not sure only the on-chain governance is the enough to deal with this issue. But at least before the complete transition, probably the issues around money laundering or terrorist financing becomes a very big issue, because on one hand, some people say the complete anonymity or the privacy is very important. On the other hand, the public authority needs to know what is happening in the financial system to prevent money laundering or terrorist financing. So it's kind of the competing. It's not the issue of the justice. It's not just matter of the which is right or not. So it's clashing the different values or different justice. So we need to have both privacy and traceability at the same time. So we need to find the right balance between the privacy and traceability, or privacy and the anonymity and traceability. So it's kind of the value judgment. So it's a role of the politics. So I'm not sure in the current system to develop the technology actually deals with this politics or not. So at least in the Bitcoin community, there's no politicians or no public authorities. Yeah, good. So in the development of code or the usage of the code, we need to think about how we can actually achieve the right balance between these different values. So this is why I think the multi-stakeholder governance will take some role in this system.
Thank you. So may I respond, please? I'll respond to your questions. And
just one 5-second comment, one more. Another Bitcoin issue is stability. You know, the Bitcoin the pricing is dropping down so volatile. And as a currency, if they're volatile so much, it's quite difficult for the society's stability and the financial issue. And they also need to be taken care.
actually, several of these points have been discussed before you came in. So I'll just quickly respond to some of these things. Is it a currency? Is it a fiat currency? No. Is it a currency? The current capitalization is $172 billion US of Bitcoin alone, and there are a bunch of other currencies. I have used Bitcoin as a currency. I have actually invested in it. I have made money out of it in 2013 onwards. So in that sense, for me personally, it fulfills the role of a currency. That's one. The second is the transactions. I will come to Libra, where it is slightly different, but Bitcoin Lightning Network promises billions of transactions per second. The core Bitcoin is actually limited, and that is recognized. And there are all kinds of add-on technologies that will change this. The third question, energy. As already mentioned, we are moving away from proof of work to a bunch of other algorithms, including proof of trust, proof of stakeholding, etc., that will take care of some of these issues. Now, Ethereum, which is the second largest, does not have so much of a problem. But there is currently a problem with Bitcoin as far as energy is concerned. Money laundering, a big issue. I completely agree. But at the same time, you should also see from the perspective of human rights. Now, for human rights activists, lawyers, whistleblowers, Bitcoin offers a channel of money transfer, which is under the eyes of the government. It is below the government cannot see what's happening. So there are actually people who benefit also from this. We should not be blind to the fact that there are people who benefit. Now, in India, what happens is, how does this government keep track on the Bitcoin economy? They don't actually, but they control all the entry and exit points, which are the exchanges. There, every account has to provide KYC, your identity documents. So the moment Bitcoin comes in, you can hold on to it, no problems. But the moment you want to convert it to the local currency, you are under the government scanner. So the government knows exactly. Now, when a Bitcoin parallel economy develops, when every shop accepts Bitcoin, this won't work. But today, Bitcoin is accepted only by very few, unlike Japan. Japan may have many more merchants who accept this. But in India, there are nobody actually. So you have to convert to local currency. At that point, you have watched. So therefore, it is not as if these issues are not known. Bitcoin has been around for 10 years, more than 10 years now. So they're being addressed. So just to make the records clear.
Yeah.
You're next, right? Yeah. Okay. The first and next.
Just sharing, because currently I just read something. It's about the World Economic Forum. They have recommended about some is like the evaluation of the benefits about the blockchains, and they have some 6 recommendations. I just say something like the first is take time to understand the technology, what is blockchain, and then set the realistic expectations, like identifying the incentives and accounting for the risk, and align the strategic priorities. As I have mentioned, something really important is like blockchains from isolated approach to the end-to-end value chain integration. So more important is collaboration. But for now, it's really how the collaboration work is undermined. And then so such kind of transformation in, especially for the collaboration, need to by the scaling effect in the future. I'm just sharing this information for everyone. Like, yeah, thanks.
So, Reese.
Thank you. My question is because, as everybody might know, that our currency right now, the not crypto ones, are actually in faith because it used to be tied to U.S. dollar, and U.S. dollar is tied to the gold. But after World War II, it untied. So maybe do you consider cryptocurrency now, although it's not tied to gold or any other thing, it's also a faith money too. And also, one of the, as Mr. Satish has said, Libra is, and it has some stability to it because Facebook had put money in it. But actually, we are, I have used to talk to my friends, and we consider that because Facebook is, he's profiting a lot from advertisement. We are thinking maybe Facebook is trying to use Libra as a token for advertisement. No? Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. So, so there's also a proof of stake, as you have mentioned, and also on-chain. So we are thinking that on-chain and maybe proof of stake are, they are going to give more power to those who have more cryptocurrency. Isn't that just going to like undermining the minds of like to decentralize? So we think as this, you mentioned cyberpunk, and their motives were to push over government and to become decentralized. But actually, Bitcoin is kind of becoming a power who has a government who has the absolute power of it because he can write all the rules, and also they can be delegates of stakeholders, and they can say so you can and so you can have control over this and this. And also one of the ideas of proof of stake is that they want to delegate these people so they can cut down the electricity use, because when the miners now, they are trying to solve the puzzle, and that's why it's using a lot of electricity. But while this is one of the solutions for cutting down the electricity, it's also giving the powers to certain people. So maybe your take on this. Thank you.
Very quickly, because some of these points are going to be covered in Libra, I'll respond to the last one. Cryptocurrencies are meant to be decentralized. However, proof of stake will centralize it to some extent. Now, this is a deliberate trade-off. If you take Bitcoin, it was fundamentally decentralized. But what happened? We had these mining pools first, then you had these huge miners who were actually concentrating so much of power in them, although it is supposed to be decentralized. So even there, this has happened. So this is so in the case of proof of stake, what happens is these stakeholders who are actually identified are publicly known figures. Therefore, it is hoped that there is a trade-off between complete decentralization, which does not seem to work. At least Bitcoin, that is how it started off, but it ended up in a very different kind of a format. But running out of time, so I'll stop here.
Yes, but sorry, we have only the 10 minutes left, so I would like to briefly.
Can I ask one simple question? How many of a country have a government involved in the cybercurrency? I know the Indian, right?
He is very much against cybercurrency, but Libra is going to make a difference there. I will touch upon that.
Yeah, so can you have a briefly, like within 5 minutes presentation. Sorry for like very tired.
So this is Libra is Facebook's new cryptocurrency. It is starting out as centralized, and later on it will become decentralized. It is a stable coin, so this question of fluctuation does not arise. It is backed by a huge fund of fiat currency and securities. The data store is a blockchain. It's a digital ledger technology owned by a consortium. If you want to join that, 10 million is the entry fee. Consensus is based on proof of trust by designated validators. And it's likely to be easy for everybody, and it's projected as the cryptocurrency for all, or the internet of money. As a stable coin, it will be tied to a currency. We do not know what currency, either USD or yen or what. Users can buy Libra, move it into the wallet from the bank or ATMs. Once inside the wallets, they can use Facebook, Messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. to make instant payments to anybody in the world. Money saved in wallets will not fluctuate in value because it's a stable coin. And the Libra, the Byzantine fault tolerance, makes the system invulnerable to hostile people, which is a standard thing. And parties are pseudo-anonymous, which is weak privacy. It's governed by the Libra Association, currently 28, but by next year they will have 100 partners there. The association will raise the required fiat money, including securities, to maintain the non-volatility. The roles of the Libra Association are govern the Libra Initiative, govern the Libra Fiat Reserve Fund, and govern the Libra open source development process. So these are the very three key governance areas. And this is where we have to consider the multi-stakeholder approach. Currently, it's only this club of 100 people, 100 partners. Libra does have some social impact members. For example, there's a World Women Bank, which is one of the partners currently. Can we become a member? I don't know. I mean, we meaning I work as part of IEEE, where we have a humanitarian technologies fund. So IEEE would like to maybe become a part of this thing. So, but we can't give 10 million. We don't have that kind of money. Now, Libra has mutual competitors in this club, like Visa, MasterCard, Lyft, and Uber. So that is supposed to be a good cross, I mean, for control purposes, it's supposed to be good to have competitors. But there are many concerns about Libra. One is that parallel financial structure not tied to any country, currency, or regulator, reporting to a non-democratic corporate structure. So this is a very major constraint. National regulators already have problems. In US, as we heard earlier, there are these hearings going on. The privacy of financial information becomes a major concern. Also, anonymity can easily become the world's largest surveillance machine. Since most user-level transactions will be made through Calibra, which we'll touch upon later, data protection is a problem because all the data is flowing through Calibra. Facebook is keeping the users' funds with itself, but they're not paying interest, which is a factor in the third world countries. Now, profits will be divided within the consortium and will not be shared with the users. Now, this is contradictory because the Libra Association is a not-for-profit association. As it is not centralized, users are not, it is not decentralized, users not really benefited because they will be moving from a central bank in the current situation to a multilateral oligopoly of a bunch of multinational corporations. Now, Facebook is not competing with Bitcoin or Ethereum, but actually starting a global shadow bank without going through any permissions. The governance of Libra is an opaque process currently. As users, there is no control over the whole process. The maximum throughput of launch is 1,000 transactions per second, far too low for a platform that's attempting to connect the whole world. For example, Radix, which is another cryptocurrency, processes 1 million transactions per second currently. There is no working code as of now. There is a testnet which I have used, but that's only a kind of experimental thing. Smart contracts are not available currently in the first version. But there are possible advantages of Libra. First of all, it's a stable coin, so there's no speculation possible. Secondly, Facebook currently has about 2.3 billion users, and Libra may be able to provide them inclusion. If they can operate, everybody's using WhatsApp now, or Instagram. And if they can transact money from that, there is no learning curve at all. So this may be an easy way to provide inclusion. Now, for end users, transactions may be easy and smooth because of all this support. And finally, Facebook has made contributions, although we deeply suspect their motives from a technical perspective. Like React.js is a JavaScript framework that a lot of us use as programmers, and this has been given as open source by Facebook. So there may be some more, for the programmer community, there may be some good things coming out of this. Other aspects, all the software is going to be produced by Calibra, which is a subsidiary of Facebook. Facebook employees may be able to receive part of their salary in Libra, but Facebook advertising will not accept Libra as payment. To a question. Libra may also support self-sovereign IDs later on, which is in itself a US dollar 1 trillion market. That's a huge thing actually, identity on the blockchain. So that's it quickly. Last slide. Libra looks interesting and can potentially help in inclusion, but there are fears that it's a conspiracy to create a shadow central bank. The launch of Libra has helped legitimate cryptocurrencies. Now, this is a very interesting point actually. In India, the draft legislation that is leaked said that we'll put people in jail if they're using cryptocurrencies. But after Libra has come out, why did the government say that? Government said cryptocurrency is a Ponzi scheme, meaning it's a scam. But after Libra came out, the government can no longer say that Facebook is going to run a Ponzi scheme. So this is actually legitimized cryptocurrency in many governments. So that's a positive thing, side effect of this whole thing. But there are deep concerns all of us share about Facebook's credibility and data protection background. But Facebook says, we are not running this. It's an association of these 100 people. So this is not a concern. And finally, this initiative can be improved if stakeholders, like end users and governments, have a role in the governance of this currency. Thank you very much. No.
Yeah, cause I talked before about like Indian governments are has a draft bill to ban all of the crypto assets except the government's official digital rupee right now. So I don't know, but there's some controversial discussion whether the Libra is a cryptocurrency or not. But thank you so much for your very quick presentation, Satish. Very good job. And I'd like to just elaborate one or two opinion quickly from our audiences. I would like to just those two please. Then wrap up, and I want to take a kind of group photo last. Thank you.
Yeah. So Satish, thanks for the quick overview of Libra. So I just had one question regarding, since you said that this is not a decentralized thing, so what exactly, which benefit of the blockchain technology is this using, and why can't it just run with something like the unified payments interface that we have in India? So what is the benefit that a Libra over a blockchain would offer compared to a UPI that we have in India? Thanks.
As a currency, what is obvious is that you can make a payment from India to any part of the world. Straight in 5 minutes, the transaction is through with a very low charge, which is actually a huge difference from what is there right now. Like from South Korea to India to make a transaction, it takes $40 bank fee, each transaction, even if the amount is only $20. But that is completely undermined by this sort of a technology. Okay, so as a global currency,
I'm assuming that the fee there is not because of the technological restrictions, but more because of policy restrictions, right? So that can be resolved if the government.
No, it has not yet been resolved after all these years of transacting. So that is there to stay very clearly. Now, if you have Libra as competition, then they might bring it down. That's a different aspect, and that's welcome. But Libra itself, like Bitcoin itself, right now for about say 20 cents, it actually the fee is variable slightly, but about 20 cents or $1, we can transact pretty much any amount of money.
Okay. So in terms of the technological advancements, is there any particular aspect of a blockchain network that a Libra is using?
So Libra is based on the blockchain. The backend technology is the blockchain. The blockchain provides certain guarantees that you can't falsify information. This is completely public and visible. All those things are holding good here also. The only thing is, this is currently permission to start with. Later on, they will become decentralized.
Okay.
So that trajectory is already laid out, but to initiate this whole thing, they would like to become centralized.
All right. Got it. Thanks.
Yes, please go.
My question is, like last year or 2 years ago, there were several hard forks of certain cryptocurrencies. And my question is, the cryptocurrency community or regulators are talking about or having deliberation for such a issue accompanied with hard fork or upgrading certain cryptocurrency?
Yeah, from the regulator's perspective, the most important thing is how we can protect investors or consumers in the face of the hard fork, because some of the hard fork can happen in the confusion in the community. So sometimes the investors or consumers will be like face some losses or face some disadvantages. So we need to prevent this will happen. But at the same time, in the open source community, like Bitcoin, we cannot like avoid any like hard forking. So it's kind of the nature of the open source community. So we cannot prevent or just stop the hard forking, but in the process of the hard forking, we need to protect investors and consumers.
Add to that, in the open source community, forking is very common. In many software, like MySQL forked many times. So that is very common. It's not a bad thing at all. So even here, that thing carries on.
Okay, so thank you for the round of discussion here. So I'd like to quickly wrap up our workshop. So I think throughout our workshop, I think I would like to say there is somehow agreement to have we have to think. I think taking the opportunity to discuss those kind of issues by including various stakeholder is very makes sense for each stakeholder, I think. So I'd like to each of the speaker for just 1 or 2 sentences about it. You can support have opportunity to discuss about this like I said the governance issues by multi-stakeholder or neutral or not, please.
Okay, let me start. So, thanks for the discussions. And as I noted in the beginning of the discussion, so I think like a multi-stakeholder model. So, I mean like the stakeholder group is we need to some discussion about which stakeholder group should be involved in the multi-stakeholder model discussion. But we definitely need some kind of the mechanism to discuss among the different stakeholders. So I think it's very good opportunity to talk about those issues, and here and or some maybe or another other places, but we realize that there is a strong need to discuss those issues with the multi-stakeholder model. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for any questions or opinions. So I think it's very early stage in this space to discuss. So I think it's very important for us to continue to discuss how we can deal with these issues, and also we need to think about how our discussion or the multi-stakeholder discussion will actually have impact in the actual society or actual blockchain network. So as Satish mentioned, probably just discussing the issues will not have any impact in the blockchain network. So how we need to think about how we can influence the development of the technology, as well as how the people use this technology in the future.
Thank you. 2 quick points. First is that there is a broadening of the domain of internet governance. 20 years ago, we started with names and numbers. Today, we're talking about many more things, from AI to machine learning to IoT to data protection, data governance, social media governance. And along with that, we have to take in cryptocurrency governance also into that fold, so that there is a public discussion. What is good with internet governance is that there's a community, there's a process, so we can actually take on these things also. The second thing is when you have giant initiatives like Libra, which are beyond any government, it's important that all the governments should get a chance to kind of understand what this is going on. It cannot be opaque, and all the stakeholders, including
The audience, do you support this kind of the discussion opportunity to talk about the issues, or the neutral, okay. And then not so support, but let's see how it's gonna be.
For me, the multi-stakeholder approach is very important for cryptocurrency, because you know that every youth use Facebook and social media, so it's maybe the youth stakeholder can join this, know about the cryptocurrency, because they actually oh, there's a library of Facebook, we can buy something and a partnership of the Facebook, so they should be get educations about this. I think maybe because there's a lot of youth will use this cryptocurrency account. Thank you very much.
Just make a quick comment. Actually, Facebook can do one marketing very successful, and everybody will buy one. For example, the label, the Facebook give everyone 10 label
Okay.
in the very beginning. Then it's done. The whole thing is done. No matter you like it or not, no choice.
Okay. So.
They can do it.
So, we already run out of time. So, please, so if you have any question or opinion, please come to the speaker after this. And thank you so much for joining us today. I'm very glad to have very interactive and great participants here. So, that's all for our discussion. So, can we have a very quickly group photo in front of here, if you don't mind? Yeah, thank you.
Is going to be about digital identity systems, which seems to be a growing trend among governments, especially in Asia. Digital identities are essentially a way to validate or authenticate the identity of a person, usually using biometrics in the form of fingerprints or retina scans. Governments think it's a very efficient way of delivering public, as a way to, engage the public distribution system, that it will reduce corruption, that it will help them with national security issues. But there are, of course, some serious concerns related to the way the systems are designed and the way they are implemented, including privacy and data protection issues, social exclusion and isolation of certain communities, and surveillance, the chilling of speech as a result. And I hope we can speak a bit more about that today. We have a really great panel here with us, even though unfortunately Malvika will not be joining us as she's feeling unwell, but we do have with us Baburam Aryal from Nepal, Rose Ofyanga from the Philippines, and Naman, who will be joining us remotely from India. If we could perhaps start with you, Babu, if you could introduce yourself and speak to us a little bit about the national context in Nepal and how the digital ID system is being implemented there.
Thank you, Pavitra. I'm Babu Ramarel. By profession, I'm a lawyer, and I've been engaged in communication and ICT law since more than 17, 18 years. And recently, Nepal government has tabled two legislations in the parliament. One is IT bill, and another is national ID bill. I was the one of person who engaged in drafting IT bill, and I'm closely watching the development of ID bill as well. So, giving a little bit background for myself, talking about the content, then national ID is sometime, from my perspective, our Nepalese context, I don't think this is a very required tool. In fact, in our practice, we have citizenship card practice since long, and every citizen has his or her citizenship card. Citizenship is constitutionally recognized card, and this national ID is not constitutionally recognized at that level. Though there are some space of having a digital ID kind of thing, but by constitution, citizenship card is very important part. And second thing is why this kind of digital identity are required. Just you mentioned that there are lots of corruption. Corruption is the problem of bureaucrats or politicians, not the citizens. If government are interested to deliver the service, you deliver. Because as I said, citizenship card is a main tool that identifies a citizen. And if you are a minor, then minor card which is related with citizen is also there. So why additionally bringing another system for more corruption for the project? A big question is there. And another question is that why you are developing this national ID for profiling your citizen, to kill your citizen during some movement, because of power. When a politician or a government is autocrat, then it is very easy to hammer citizen with this kind of profiling. I'll give you a good example. In 2012, there was one, in Sweden, there is Stockholm Internet Forum, a very popular forum. Then that time there was one interesting discussion. One of participants raised the question of Swedish company who was selling telecom technology to Syrian government, and then Syrian government used that telecommunication technology for identifying the location of rebellions, revolutionaries, and involved in mass killings. So if you collect your citizens' profiles at that mass level, then an autocrat ruler can control their people in that way that democracy cannot exist. So from my perspective, digital identity has more danger than benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Babu.
Giving some insight on this lesson in Nepal on national ID. We don't have proper data protection law, even though we have IT bill, certain level of data protection is there, but still we don't have detailed data protection. And this national ID bill does not mention about the remedy to the people or data subject. It only criminalizes the misuse of this. For example, giving wrong information or something like that. Criminalization is different thing, and giving remedy is different thing. If someone is punished for jail, then data subject is not getting remedy. If someone is punished by so and so amount, then again data subject is not getting the remedy. So there is no remedy part. So if we are implementing these kind of things, then we have to think about the remedy of data subject as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Babu. In fact, that is what I wanted to ask you about in terms of the level of implementation of this bill in Nepal, and whether there is any kind of protection built into the act itself, even if they did deem it necessary to have some sort of remedy in case of breach. Perhaps we can hear from you, Rose, on the national context in the Philippines and the extent to which the digital ID system has been implemented there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rose again from the Philippines. I mostly represent the private sector. As an update, in the Philippines, we just approved, the President just signed the Philippine Identification System Act of 2018 last August. And so this act is required every citizen of the Philippines to come up with a national ID that would require them to enter their personal information, including iris scan, biometrics, and the optionals are the marital status, birthday, and email address. No, not birthday, but mobile phone. So all this information, it's like a centralized system for all the government IDs. So we have different IDs for every government institutions in the Philippines. So if you go to like internal revenue, and if you go to the social security system, we have different IDs. So the goal for this Philippine ID system is to centralize all this system just to avoid red tapes along the way. So what's the impact of this for the Philippine citizen? It will be more convenient because we don't have to provide different IDs as we transact in all government offices. It will be easier for us to, or the government agencies, to access all the information and validate if it is the real person. However, yes, as the cons that we like a threat to our identity is the misuse of our information, especially that it's already centralized. And just like what happened in 2016, there was a data breach from the Commission on Election, which is actually called COMEL leak, because there's a leak of information during the time, and that is one of the biggest data breach in the Philippines, even bigger than the Facebook breach for the Filipino citizen. 77 million people were affected, and 320 gigabytes were stolen from that. So there is a question on how can the Philippine government protect and make sure that the information that they get from the centralized ID system has the strong data protection. But we have a data privacy law in 2012 that bounds the data processors and the data controller to protect the personal identifiable information of all the users that they gather information from. So that's been going on so far in the Philippines. Since it was just signed last year, so the implementation is not yet there. There's only a test, and there's no full implementation yet.
Thank you, Rose. Can you tell us a bit more about the kind of reaction in terms of how the public have accepted it? Is it going to be, for one, a replacement of all the other IDs that you have? And has there been any resistance to it, especially in light of the breach that you spoke about?
There were mixed reactions for this implementation, for this law, because you can hear citizens talking about complaints, why the process in the government offices take too long, right? Because they have to go through a lot of verification, they have to talk to other agencies to verify personal identity. But at the same time, of course, as a human rights advocates, and we make sure that we have the right to privacy. And we always question the integrity of the government to protect our data. So somehow we appreciate that it will be more convenient, ease of access, faster transactions within the government institutions or among the government offices for us to give us a ease of doing business. For example, as we register our business, especially that I'm into a private sector, it would help us a lot to make the transactions faster. But at the same time, I think we should also not forget to push the government to give us a mechanism or the protocol to help their citizens feel at ease that their data is being secured. And so far right now, we only have the Data Privacy Act of 2012. And maybe what I'm looking at from the government is it's not just a law, but a really enforcement on Data Privacy Act.
Sure. Sorry, one last question. You spoke about it being easier for private entities. So does this digital ID also, does it extend to private entities? Can private entities also ask citizens for digital IDs? And does the Data Protection Act then cover the consequences of breach by these private entities?
Certainly. So the Data Privacy Act covers whether you are a processor or data controller. So processor, they are the ones who collect the data. Controller are the one, like the business owners. So they are bound by the Data Privacy Act. And with the centralized ID system, if we do a transaction with a private company using our unified ID, then all our transactions are also being recorded. So it becomes like there's a free data flow between government and the private sector if we use the unified ID.
All right, thank you. Is there anything you would like to add in terms of private entities and their connection to the digital ID system in Nepal?
See, there is a long debate that whether private entities they should make profiling of their consumer or not. Basically, in e-commerce, it's a big challenge, and it's not only the digital ID concept, rather than other kind of digital profiling is also a serious concern from human rights perspective. So in proposed IT bill, there is an interesting proposal that if any information is collected for a specific purpose, then when the purpose is served, it should be destroyed or deleted within 30 days of that purpose achieved. And this is very, from my perspective, I should say, this is very good provision from privacy perspective. And another is, but private companies, they are challenging this as e-commerce unfriendly provision. So there is two debates in that sense. But when there is issue of identifying a person and violating privacy, which is constitutionally protected rights, then it should not be given to the private entities to determine ensuring that kind of thing. Private companies, they have obligation to respect human rights rather than discretionary role to define whether this falls under the human rights or not, whether this is constitutional, whether this is freedom of expression part or not. It should not be given to the private entities. It should be decided by the constitutional agencies and as per the constitutional provisions. Thank you.
Can I respond? So in the case of the Philippines, they cannot provide the data to the private companies, but only when the individual transacts with a private company or e-commerce platform and use the user ID, the unified ID system, then that's the time that it includes in the transaction.
But from fundamentals of constitutionality and human rights perspective, there are certain issues that cannot be surrendered through contracts. For example, if having a contract, you cannot surrender your right to life, right? So state has obligation to protect these kind of things. In India, there was famous Asiad worker case where Supreme Court of India said that even you government handed over a contracting responsibility to a contractor, and then contractor was saying that I had a contract with labor, but Supreme Court held that no, state is responsible for maintaining the constitutional obligation, whether it is by you or it's your contractor. Similarly, in this case as well, state has to maintain the constitutional rights, not through the contract, but rather from the constitutional document and the process.
Thank you, Rose and Babu. And I think that really is the issue, right? Even if citizens do voluntarily give their information to private entities or the government, there is a sort of onus, a duty, and a responsibility to make sure that our rights are still protected. Before I move on to Naman, I'm just going to briefly go over the situation in India, and then Naman will continue and carry on about really the foundational requirements for digital ID systems and other organizations that seem to have now started using these kind of systems to, to implement their schemes. So India is probably one of the has been at the forefront of the digital ID system. We have the largest database, nothing to be proud of, unfortunately, but the largest database of citizens whose biometrics have been collected. The Aadhaar program was originally conceptualized sometime in 2008, but the Act came into being in 2016. The idea was initially to have a biometric system that will allow the government to implement welfare schemes, provide subsidies, and so on to its citizens. But of course, it sort of grew into this larger beast. The government started passing notifications and tacking on a whole host of services that suddenly required the Aadhaar. Everything from getting a gas connection to filing your taxes, to getting a driver's license, and it just became endless. And eventually, it also included private companies who could ask for your Aadhaar. And suddenly, we were being asked for our Aadhaar if we wanted to get a phone connection, if we wanted to, apply, open a bank account. And so the list sort of became endless. Through this time, the government maintained that it was voluntary, that it was optional. But of course, it made life difficult if you didn't have it, which eventually made everyone realize that it was sort of voluntarily mandatory, right? We just couldn't get out of it. And of course, there were serious concerns at every level. To start with, India doesn't have the infrastructure digitally to implement a system that is this big. And there were concerns, for instance, even at the stage of collection of data. For instance, the biometric system, the scans weren't working properly, there was duplication of data, photographs would be mixed up. And this really eventually hurt the most marginalized and vulnerable communities, because they would go up to the system to try and get authenticated to get food, and the system would say that they're not validated, that their ID doesn't match, and then therefore they're not eligible to the services that the government is providing for them, right? There were also a whole host of other issues, of course, related to data protection. India didn't have a data protection law at that time. We still don't. We have a bill at the moment. And the act itself, the Aadhaar Act, has very little provision to really either protect the, a breach, or the consequences if there are a breach are very minimal in terms of what the actual impact could be on citizens. And there has been a lot of breaches, right? We found people selling Aadhaar IDs for 500 rupees, which is like less than $10 on the internet. And, originally the government claimed that the Aadhaar ID, the 12-digit unique number that you have, should be protected at all costs. And then when it came out that, of course, this could be, that people were selling Aadhaar IDs, they suddenly said, no, don't worry about it. It's okay if people know your number. Which resulted in one minister actually putting his Aadhaar number out on Twitter and immediately getting hacked and having his public information, his wife's bank account details being plastered all over the internet, right? But the government has basically been doubling down on this. And of course, there are serious issues of surveillance because every time you authenticate yourself using the Aadhaar, you leave behind a trail, which is, of course, stored in the database. And all of this information is available to the government, and they can access it at any time for a whole host of reasons, including for the purpose of national security. And so this poses serious consequences for activists, for journalists, for political opposition. And so these issues have been debated, and they've been quite serious for quite some time in India. Last year, the Supreme Court finally passed a judgment which more or less said that the Aadhaar, in fact, is a voluntary service, that it can only be used for certain government services, and that it definitely cannot be used by private entities, although we still have to link our Aadhaar to file our taxes. But the debate really hasn't ended there, because the basic foundational issues of having a digital ID system like the Aadhaar still persist. And I hope that Naman can talk a bit more about the challenges in India, but also about really what these foundational requirements are if you are to ever have a digital ID system anywhere, and also why other intergovernmental organizations like the United Nations High Commission for Refugees or the World Food Programme are so keen to have digital ID systems, and what the concerns surrounding that are. Naman?
Hi guys, am I audible?
You are.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for my bedroom voice. It's just that it's 6:30 a.m. in the morning here. Thank you, Pavitra, Babu, and Rose for taking over the session. I'm apologetic that I'm not able to be there, but it's going on amazingly well, and thank you for taking it over. My name's Naman Agarwal. I work with Access Now. I am the Asia Pacific Policy Council, and I also coordinate most of the work on digital ID that we've been doing. So over the past couple of years, we've been developing our thought on what digital ID systems are and what kind of impact they've had on human rights across the world. That led us to do a research which lasted around 6 months, which resulted in a paper which I'm going to sort of share here. I don't know if it will be accessible to people, but it's at least on the Zoom group chat. In that, we analyzed basically 3 case studies. We spoke about Estonia, we spoke about Tunisia, and we spoke about India. The idea behind these 3 very, very different countries was to analyze the impact of digital ID on 3 very different countries when it comes to infrastructure, stage of development, number of people, etc. And while we found that, while Pavitra very elucidated the challenges in India very much so, we also find that countries like Estonia, which are much more developed technologically and have a better digital literacy rate, also suffer from similar issues. So they had to replace 750,000 chip cards, right? It is just that their government at least agrees that they've messed up at some point of time, while in India we have these reports of breaches almost every day, and the government still refuses to believe that there have been any, right? And it's important that we understand that reality and we are able to understand how it happens. Now, to that effect, Pavitra spoke about the need for this top-down approach to digital ID systems that we've been seeing, right? How international agencies, multilateral institutions, aid organizations, or funders have been propagating this need for digital identity, centralized digital identity programs. Now, it is not like we've not had digital identity programs or even digital identity programs before this, right? But this new trend is something which is ID for ID's sake. What do I mean by that? I mean by that they are creating a centralized identity system which is pervasive and ubiquitous. This identity system, for example, let's take Aadhaar, because again, that's the example that I'm closest to and also is probably the most cited example in the world. This system gets linked to everything across the board. So Pavitra spoke about mobile connections, banking accounts. Now we have a proposal for linking it to personal health records. And this happens in the absence of any protection and in the absence of any reasoning for this. So if you just have to go to the Aadhaar website, right, to see what they really wanted to do. The goals were basically twofold, and they were only related to service delivery. The goals were: one, deduplication, which is basically ensuring that the records are clean, the data is clean. And the premise was that the use of biometric information would help deduplicate, because this biometric information would be unique to each individual. That's why it's called the unique ID program. It would be unique to each individual, and therefore the same individual will not be able to have multiple identities within the same system. So it will create a better record. Secondly, it would also lead to efficiency. So there was the classic middleman problem when it comes to delivery of services in India, and we decided that, hey, this kind of system will help doing that. Just measuring the digital ID program on those two metrics, we realized how much it has failed. And there has been no justification as to what kind of savings we've had. And in fact, there is enough research on record to suggest that deduplication is not possible. Just getting a little bit technical here, but the fact is that the government is only able to map a biometric and a number. So you have to give them both the number and the biometric for them to be able to make the match. But if you give them just the biometric, there's a 10% error rate. Let that sink in. There's a 10% error rate when it comes to just the biometric. 10% of India is basically 100 million people. So when it comes to your one particular biometric being fed into the system, they will have millions of people with the same biometric turning up into the system. So there is no chance of deduplication. So why do we have these systems? We have these systems from the classic psychology of any institution to want to centralize. If, for example, if I want to deliver services better, give me more data. If I want to police people better, give me more control over their rights. And it is this negotiation we are having at this particular point of time, that whether giving up these rights to to our government is something which is required for them to be able to deliver these services to us. And that has not been established yet. So these are conversations that we've been having for quite some time in various forums, and I'm sort of continuing this conversation out of RightsCon and IGF last year, where we gathered a group of civil society organizations. Some of them are also present here, where we said that, what is it that we need to do to basically buck this trend? Because this is happening across the world, especially in Asia, developing parts of Asia, developing parts of Latin America and Africa, where we are seeing similar digital ID programs being proposed by various organizations. So, for example, in the case of Nepal, it's the Asian Development Bank which is supporting the digital identity program with the Nepalese government. And I'm sure it's the same with Philippines. I just don't know of the international institution which is supporting this. Now, in our conversations at these forums with various civil society organizations, we realized that we have a two-tier structure to thought on this, right? First, we want to be able to question these multilateral institutions such as the UNHCR, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, as to why they are promoting these digital ID programs. So the question was, why ID? Why are you asking, and what is your reasoning for asking us to give away this information for this ubiquitous ID, which is not supported by any research or any sort of evidence? And then if you're able to establish that, so for example, if somebody was to tell me that, we need a digital ID specifically for providing you the license for driving, right? So a driving license is an ID which tells you that you're allowed to drive and you are a person who is capable of driving, and that's the limited scope of that ID. So that's an ID which makes sense, right? So if you are promoting that kind of ID, then there are certain foundational requirements that we would like to see present in a country before you put in that ID system. Now, in our paper, which I just shared here, we basically put it into three buckets: governance, data protection and privacy, and cybersecurity. When it comes to governance, I'm not going to list down all recommendations, but when it comes to governance, we are basically talking about limiting the scope of the digital ID program, making it truly voluntary, not pseudo-voluntary as happened in the case of India, making sure that the governing agency of the digital ID program is independent and has well-designed mechanisms for grievance and redress. Now, coming back to the case of India, the agency is not really independent. It has many government employees being sutured in, and there is no, given the fact that it is the authority which is administering the program, it is not really independent to become a judicial authority on those administrative functions that it is doing, right? Then we have the data protection and privacy recommendations, which basically, as it comes out in the word itself, limiting the purpose, making sure people have their rights such as accuracy, rectification, opt-out, making sure that there's a robust data protection framework within the country. And cybersecurity comes to the fact of, as Pavitra spoke about, there have been multiple breaches, making sure that you have sound technology infrastructure, making sure that this data collection and storage is not centralized. Interesting fact, when in the Supreme Court of India, it was questioned that the data storage is not safe in something called the CIDR in India. The official response of the government was there's a 12-foot wall protecting the data. So that's the level of ignorance that we are dealing with. Institute privacy by design principles. So once you have these principles, after establishing the need for a digital ID program, I think these are the two steps that we have found with multiple organizations to be the best way. And our strategy has been to question these organizations. So if any of you also would be sort of wanting to get included in that conversation, we are sort of organizing an email list. Please reach out to me. And again, I'd love to answer questions here or even otherwise in different conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naman. One of the things that seems to be a problem is that it is not just governments that want to implement these digital ID systems, right? It also seems to be intergovernmental organizations. And the idea really seems to be that in situations where people are in need of food and of shelter and their basic needs, it's all right to use their data in a particular way that doesn't necessarily take into account their privacy concerns or their consent. And this has been an issue recently with the World Food Program, which is suspended food aid to rebels in, to citizens or people in Yemen because they believe that the food is being diverted to rebels and they want the people in Yemen to subject themselves to a digital ID system. Naman, could you tell us a bit more about the issues surrounding this and the role of intergovernmental organizations in promoting possibly a more protective system of digital ID?
Sure, not to beat a dead horse, but the World Food Program is also using Palantir for their data research. So the fact that they are using an organization known for basically helping government surveillance as their data research organization says a lot, right? But you're right. You're completely right, Pavitra. The fact that these are the most vulnerable populations, and it is essential that refugee populations or populations which are depending on aid are provided those protections. And it's just the classic example of a particular population which does not have the negotiating capability and is probably the most vulnerable, being subjected to certain conditions before they are given aid. Now, that is the antithesis to the fact that they have this right to that particular aid, and putting in those conditions just makes them even more vulnerable. There was a virtual summit by the UNHCR very recently where they speak about their digital ID programs. There's something called primes and BIMTs. The full forms, I don't really remember, but it has biometric in there somewhere. And they discuss how basically it is a feature of their digital ID program to be able to share that information with the government, right? And this is something that should give us great pause, because in many situations, these populations are basically running away from those governments and feel that they have been prosecuted or persecuted, right? So it is essential that, again, it's a case of a top-down way of thinking, of saying that, hey, if we are to manage this population and give them proper aid, let us centralize, let us collect all the information we can, and then create a dashboard where we are able to share this information. It sounds very good on paper, and it coming from the place of a centralized authority, it would seem to make sense. But on ground, as you yourself have noted, it leads to devastating outcomes for people. Like, we were at RightsCon last year, and Dragana, who works with a lot of these refugee populations, talks about how in Africa, for example, people have burnt off their biometrics just to not give it. There's a whole digital literacy aspect of it as well. The fact that they don't understand what agency they are giving up to these people, because these are populations which are running away from persecution. So they are afraid of the agency that they are giving up. Therefore, they believe that it's better off that we do not get this aid rather than give up something that we might regret later. So it is essential that basically populations which are most vulnerable are not targeted, and therefore it lies on us to be able to question these programs at this level, because on the ground level they don't have that agency to be able to negotiate with the agencies that are developing these programs, UNHCR being one, the World Food Program being another, and many others, right?
Thank you, Naman. We have about 15 minutes left, and I'd like to throw the floor open for questions. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. So I had 3 questions. So one being that it was mentioned that one of the reasons for the Aadhaar program was also, which was initially stated, was that they wanted to deduplicate things in the system, right? And what later came up was also that it's a voluntary system. So how do you have a voluntary system if you also want to deduplicate? Because if you want to make sure that one person is availing some service only once, then you need to have everyone included in the system, right? So how can it be both voluntary and unique at the same time, right? The second question I have is regarding the immigrants or refugees. So as we are anticipating, due to climate changes and a lot of other reasons, we are expecting a lot of people to migrate to different places. How do you think, what are the implications of having a digital identity system, and what are some of the effects it could have on these people? The third question I have is regarding, and this is also a concern or a argument which was made during the Aadhaar case, is that privacy as an elite concern, right? So what I wanted to know, and I am not informed enough to either advocate or refute this, so I would appreciate an informed opinion, is that so coming from an upper caste society in India, it's easy for me to just diss Aadhaar for a lot of the things that it does, especially when it comes to privacy. But if this program is offering to a lot of the fringe communities in India a lot of the services which they would otherwise not have had access to, because of middlemen who do not really appreciate human rights, and they do not give out basic services to people because they can bully them, does it mean that by my giving some of my elite privileges, does that mean that some other parts of India can avail some very basic services? Because if that is the case, I would be more than happy to do that. So again, as I said, I'm not informed enough on this issue, so I would appreciate an informed response. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Rose, Babu, or would you like to?
Thank you for the question, but I may not be exact person to respond on Aadhaar, but still, as a neighboring and following the Aadhaar development as well, this is, I think, in India, like in Nepal, we have a citizenship card universal to across the districts and whole population. And India, so far my knowledge, there are not that much that kind of identity card. Whether it is you have voter ID or something passport, not the citizenship kind of thing. So there might be certain level of profiling of citizenship is rational, but deduplication, forget about delivering certain service only. You provide lots of service. Deduplication is one of service. Just to avoid deduplication, you are suffering whole the population. It should not be like that. And another thing is on elite concern. Privacy is not elite concern. Privacy is concern of every human life. So in our part of society, like India, we have also caste system, we have also that kind of system. But privacy should be protected of those vulnerable people than elite. Elite, they don't care about some, let's say, sexuality or something like that. They are more adjustment with that kind of things, but privacy is more concern of those vulnerable society. And if you are breaching this of those society having more concern, then that's bad. Thanks.
Thank you, Babu. Just on the question of deduplication and voluntary enrolling, right? I don't think the government ever meant it to be voluntary. I don't think we'd have 1.1 billion people on a database if it was voluntary, especially in a country like India. But just on the question of privacy, I wonder if I can ask Gaia to intervene, because I know she works on these issues.
I mean, I think that's actually a fantastic intervention, no? Because I think sometimes we tend to be in our bubbles and not realize why it is that we didn't have a successful challenge to Aadhaar. Firstly, we have to understand the history of Aadhaar in that sense. Aadhaar was not actually supposed to be a national identity card at all. It was introduced as a voluntary measure for people who wanted to avail for welfare measures of the state. So originally, when the plan for Aadhaar was introduced, that's what it was introduced for. It was not meant for persons who were not going to go for the guaranteed 90-day work scheme or for rations. It was never meant for, not even rations, it was meant for people who were going for welfare benefits. Rations is not even still regarded as welfare benefits. It's when the regime change happened that they decided to make it more more wider rather than just for welfare schemes. So that's the history of Aadhaar in that sense. So the deduplication could have been successful had it still been voluntary, because the deduplication was meant for communities and persons who wanted to avail welfare. So if I wanted welfare, and if there is 3-4 people registered in my name who was, say, using the 90-day guaranteed work payment, right? If I wanted it, if I had a digital ID, then the other two couldn't have used it. But the problem is, if you want to use it as a much bigger, current vision is much bigger. That is to link your health, bank, everything, no, your private records, everything. To achieve that kind of authoritarian control, you're going to need it to be mandatory, which is why currently Aadhaar is a mandatorily voluntary process, which is why it is sort of, they say it's voluntary, but they're mandating you to do it. So I think that's the first thing in terms of history. Now, the second point you're making about privacy being an elite concern, as much as I would want to refute that as a human rights advocate, that's the reality in terms of how it is perceived. And that's where the civil society's failure has been. And we have to, I want to make it clear I'm against Aadhaar, and so far I haven't given them my fingerprints. But we also have to look at the flip side of it, which is that there is a large-scale acceptance for biometric ID system in India, because not necessarily because of its benefits, but because of how it has been sold to the public, right? And that's where we have to accept that civil society has completely failed in being able to counter that. We have not been able to give effective arguments against it, or at least we have not been able to effectively communicate our objections to it in an understandable way. So our objections to it is still sounding elitist. It has not been, relatable, at least. So I think that's one point to remember. The second question you asked about trade-off between privilege and non-privilege. That's the second really important point you're making, because it is true. It's absolutely true that there are marginalized communities in India who have become visible as a result of the Aadhaar process, or they feel they've become visible as a result of Aadhaar process, because there are some groups who have not been able to get passport, who have not been able to get PAN cards and other forms of ID, who feel like now they have something to show that I exist. So that's something we have to accept, no? But it's unfortunate that it had to happen through something like this. But then again, if the system is working well, you shouldn't have to negotiate with your rights for someone else's rights. I think that's a failure. If you have to negotiate with your right to privacy so that someone else's right to health, education, and life is to be guaranteed, then it's not on you. It's on them. It's on the system that we've elected and selected, right? But I just wanted to also point out, in the midst of all this sadness and depression and depressive information, there are some positive things also that have come out, right? Because, so there was a constitutional challenge to the Aadhaar Act, which was passed in a really, really unacceptable process. But anyway, there was a constitutional challenge. The court upheld the constitutionality of the act, the Aadhaar, the program and the act. But there was one judge who gave the dissenting opinion, and it is it's a fantastic dissenting opinion for anyone who wants to get a really good understanding on the problems with the biometric system. Please read Justice Chandrachud's dissenting opinion. What is really interesting is that though we lost it in India, the Jamaican Supreme Court quoted Justice Chandrachud's judgment in declaring that their national identity program is unconstitutional. So there are also positive news that's coming out, and we have to find a way to use these positive jurisprudence-wise developments to see how we can reopen the debate in India and other countries.
Thank you, Gaia. Smita, you had a question? You have a question, yeah, please go ahead, sir.
I was just going through the Naman's statement, and he was comparing the Estonia with the India. Estonia, he himself told you that is the most developed country. India is not so developed country. He's comparing 1.3 million with the 1.37 billion. Just imagine when the MCA's website has started, it was pathetic. Income tax started pathetic, and so was the GST. Now, what is the condition? That every businessman is very happy with the MCA because there is no bureaucracy now. You just file the form and your form is getting approved if it is everything is fine. The same is with the GST. You have started getting the refunds and everything. Then in my opinion, if stability is coming in few days, a few months, a few years, we should wait rather than just pulling the leg of the government that you are doing everything wrong. Duplication, who is doing the duplication? We are doing the duplication. Government is not forcing us to duplicate the things. They are trying to do the things in a right way. Take this system like the gas subsidy. We have never imagined that the gas subsidy is going to come directly to the woman's account, not the men's account. Because men generally is very famous that they will be using it for the liquor or anything. It should go to the home ministry rather than going to the men. The same is with the pension, widow scheme, and lot of other schemes which the government is running. I'm agreeing that lot of flaws are there into the system, but at least majority of the rural people, poor people are getting the benefit from this Aadhaar. And you rightly pointed out, Gayatri, that now I am feeling that I am an Indian citizen by holding the Aadhaar card. Till date, a rural or poor people was not able to get the passport. The rural and poor people were not able to get the PAN card. And this Aadhaar is now the identity of the person all over the India. Anywhere you go, because just last week, I was just renewing my license and I filled my Aadhaar number and automatically my license got renewed and came to my home. I didn't have to go to the RTO office to get my license renewed. And I want to correct the Naman one thing. Now this RTO office, central, this driving license is the centralized system. It is now not the state system. It is a centralized system. And all over the India, one license will be valid. Slowly, slowly, the identity will change, but it will improve. But in my opinion, good steps have been taken. It will take some time to get it corrected in a proper way because whatsoever the issues are there, everyone has got the complaint for any issue. But we have to see the positive side, that how many poor people are getting benefited from this Aadhaar.
Thank you, sir. Naman, would you like to respond to that?
Definitely. Thank you so much for your very poignant feedback on this. You're completely right that even I felt that Aadhaar would at some point of time give me this agency of being an Indian. But then I realized that actually Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship at all. It's not even a proof of identity. And that sort of brings the point that, it is a completely misunderstood system maybe. People quote Aadhaar as being a card. It's not even a card, it's a number. So we have to understand where the origin is coming from and how the narrative around Aadhaar and the reality of around Aadhaar are quite different. Definitely strides are being made and that's very important. And maybe the answer is not the complete scrapping of digital ID systems, but a communication of the legitimacy and the reasoning behind digital ID systems and evolving them into a manner which is respecting of rights. Now, you talked about subsidy and various other benefits that people are getting, but those benefits are also being provided without the need for Aadhaar per se. So the Aadhaar does not enable bank account transfer. Those transfers are possible even in a world which does not have Aadhaar. As sir, I tried to communicate the fact that having a purpose limitation on identity is not problematic. In fact, it is the ubiquity of a particular program which is problematic. Definitely agree that most systems have a sort of iterative period. That's the Silicon Valley way of thinking as well, where we try and move fast, break things and try and improve iteratively. The problem with digital identity systems moving iteratively is the fact that there is an irreplaceability or irreversibility to the hacks. Because it is biometric information, so just to bear with me, if I had a password, that password gets leaked, I have the option of changing my own password, and therefore, while the system develops on its own, I have this chance of iteratively also safeguarding myself. My biometrics are not something that I can change. They evolve naturally. So building a robust system, there are certain systems, and for the lawyers here, there was this strict liability rule that came in Ryland versus Fletcher, right? I think that needs to be applied to digital ID systems as well, right? The fact that you're creating a system which, if it breaches, it creates a problem which lasts forever, especially because it takes biometric information, personal information, which, if out there, cannot be reversed back. We have to take pause and think about whether we want to develop a system which is going to improve iteratively, or which is going to think about the foundational requirements first and then build a system. Just to bring that point home, we must realize that 80% of the people who have come onto the Aadhaar program came onto the program even when there was no law. So the enrollments happened much before a law was passed or the program was scrutinized by the parliament, right? Which is an essential part of our polity. So I myself have paused to think whether the way this was done was the best way to go about it, or was it that it was told to me as a marketing technique to say that, hey, this is going to be beneficial to you, while not doing so and creating a centralized system which is too big, which becomes too big to fail, or if it fails, creates a problem which is too big to solve.
Thank you, Naman. I think we only have perhaps time for one more question. We ran a bit late starting, so maybe we can take about 3 to 4 more minutes. Is there anyone else with a question? Smita?
It's more of a comment. Is that okay?
Sure.
No, so there are a few things. One, in response to you, I also want to say that it's important to remember that whenever any scheme comes in, it's also important that it does not disadvantage people who choose not to enter it. Someone in one of our workshops put it rightly that we also need the right to be offline, right? I should not be forced to enter a system to do simple things like file my income tax, which I have to do this year. I have to get an Aadhaar card if I have to file my income tax. And I think that is one of the main problems of a system which is secretly mandatory, not so secretly mandatory. Another thing is that we keep talking about rural and poor people again and again, but it's also important to remember they are among the groups which are most disadvantaged by this. There are kids who didn't get midday meals in schools because they didn't have their families didn't have an Aadhaar card. There were people who didn't get their rations for the month, the rice and oil, because they didn't have an Aadhaar card, or because the Aadhaar scanner didn't read the fingerprint correctly. As for privacy, this is also a slippery slope. When you start by using Aadhaar card to file your income tax, to get a SIM card, to get an internet connection, it can go anywhere from here. Tomorrow, if they say that when I go to a hospital, I need to show my Aadhaar card, that violates my privacy as a woman, right? If I have to get an abortion tomorrow and I need to show my Aadhaar card, what happens then? There are cases where gay men in India were forced to take HIV tests against their consent just because they were gay. And that was revealed. Now tomorrow, if they ask my Aadhaar card in situations like this, then what happens to my right to privacy there? What happens to my right to health? Because if these are the concerns that come to me, these are questions which are going to be asked to me, and if they ask for my Aadhaar card tomorrow because I have to go to the hospital, I won't go to the hospital. Or I would go to hospitals which are not as well equipped, or I won't go to government centers to get treatments because they are asking me so many questions. And this privacy concern is there for people who are living with their parents, especially young women, because that's the idea. Till you're married, you're under your parents' care. In India, that's the system. And I think when we talk about, and there are also entire groups like, yes, some marginalized groups got visibility because of Aadhaar card system, but some marginalized groups also were affected because of this visibility. For example, the transgender community in India, they cannot apply for an Aadhaar card under their chosen identity. They were told that though their voter's ID says that their gender is the third gender, which is a problematic term in itself, but that's separate. When they took it to the Aadhaar card centers to register, they were told that you can't get an Aadhaar card under third gender, right? And that is problematic. Then whose rights are we talking about here? Who is able to get the passport? no? And the problem with this being connected with so many other schemes is that it's the same group of people who will be affected at several levels. If they can't get an Aadhaar card, then they can't file income tax. If they can't file income tax, they can't get the refunds on that, right? And it's a slippery slope, which is why, like, when we are talking about systems, we can't just say that it'll take time for this to be implemented, because it's been several years since it's come into place. And there is infinite amount of research which says that a system like this will not work in a country the size of India. But that has been ignored from the very beginning of UIDAI, right? So it's like you can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results, right? And that's what is happening with digital ID systems. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita. Unfortunately, we're really out of time. I mean, I think we can all agree that digital ID systems and especially Aadhaar have serious concerns, whether it is about privacy, about surveillance, or about, marginalizing already marginalized people even further. There are some positives, like Gaia said, that people who weren't previously visible are now visible, but you have to ask yourself at what cost. And you also have to wonder, why a government has to resort to misinformation, to coercion and to outright lies to get people to sign on to a system which they claim is so beneficial for you. But maybe other countries will look at the example of India, like Jamaica did, and reconsider their digital ID systems or restructure it entirely. Bangladesh as well, yeah. Thank you all so much for coming, and I hope you had a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Here's a message to the MSG members here. We're going to have a meeting at workshop 1 over here. So you can grab your lunch from the lunch area and we can meet up here at 12:15 to 12:20, I hope. So for the others, please kindly clear the room for me now. Thank you.
Cheryl or Sylvia, can you say something so we can figure out if we can hear you in the room here? This is Raj.
Certainly, Raj. This is Cheryl, just testing the VoIP audio. How's that?
All right, sounds good. How's the weather?
Excellent. Sunny right now, actually delightful.
Yeah, we need a bit of that over here. It's rather miserable with rain and fog.
There you go.
Okay, so what's happening, just for those of you online, the plan was that we'd get takeaway lunch boxes and bring it to the room here, but when we went to the lunch area, there was no lunch, no boxes. So people are sort of a bit confused, going back and forth, looking for food. Yeah, and now we found the boxes, but there's no food. So, and glasses. So my suggestion is we'll start in a minute. We'll probably make this a short meeting in any case, because 1:15 we've got other commitments, and then we'll figure out what to do with lunch later.
Just sit down, please. Come on. This is empty. The food is invisible. Oh, just sit down. Come on. Virtual food. Just imagine that you are having food.
You're welcome to a virtual lunch. Okay, we'll make a start. Thanks everyone for joining us. We'll try and make this as short as possible, because I know lots of people have lots of other commitments, and we also have the fellows meetup with MSG, so I'd invite those of you here in the room. We had a few of us there yesterday. If you could join us for that, that would be quite nice. I'm not sure we have someone from the local host here to provide us with any updates. Oh, he said, okay, so whilst we wait for him to come up, I asked Naveed to come in to give us a brief overview of how things were with the fellowship committee and any issues they faced, and or any improvements that are required. So Naveed, 2 or 3 minutes tops, if you could let us know.
Thanks, Raj. So yeah, I mean, in terms of fellowship committee, just wanted to share that over the past 2 years, we have tried to make few changes. Previously, usually we used to tie up the fellowship application with the workshop organizer. So, you know, there were highly chances that if you are a workshop organizer, you might get fellowship. That has changed. I think that's something which is improved, because, you know, in terms of applicants, we do see that the, you know, similar faces would apply, assuming that since they have put a workshop proposal as well, they will get fellowship. So that's fading away. Another change that we have made is the portion of alumni that we used to have previously 2 years back is now reduced. We used to have more applicants who were already, you know, kind of a returning fellow, but, you know, last year and this year as well, we have reduced the quota, which of course I think is an improvement in terms that we need new faces to join in. Now, few suggestions. I think more or less we do have some eligibility, or we do of course have some expectations from our fellows. So one, we make them go through an online course on IG, so they are prepared before coming in. That course is moderated, so it's not a self-paced, a moderated course, which actually give them a chance to have a pre-networking as well, and, you know, get to know each other, and of course have some discussions and deliberations as well. There is a certain criteria in terms that you have to pass the course to be eligible to get the fellowship. So that's there. Yes, the ISOC online course. Now another expectation, I think, in terms. I'm not sure if we can overburden them, but I would be interested to know from the MSc how we can ensure that these people that we sponsor to come to this 4 days of regional internet governance discussion do contribute back to the community once they are, because, you know, some of them just go away, and there's no mechanism as such to make sure that you know, we keep in touch with them, and then there is some contribution going back to the community as well. Perhaps something that can help us as well as an
like a subcommittee, but much closer to the event to plan day zero. And it's not been a very effective practice because we still have to wait for people to like stand up. And then if, I mean, I know Secretariat and we people.
Very brief comment on one another part that is side event. We should have certain rule of having side event and day zero we had some capacity building and we had some side events as well in the same place. So people who are interested for side event maybe a participant of day zero, importantly fellows. So we have to build certain procedure, a standard procedure for organizing side events as well. Thank you.
Can I ask one more comment, Raj? Sylvia here.
Yeah, sure, Sylvia, and then I've got Satish after you.
Thanks. Sorry, I don't see other hands from the window. Just in case, I don't see Satish. Anyway, so just a comment on the day zero sessions and how to structure the program. Well, Jen is also there, and we both, and Rajesh as well, has been on the MAC, for example. And one of the things that the Global IGF is doing is that on the application process, when people submit sessions, they also can apply for a day zero session. If it is a capacity building session, it could be considered as part of the day zero, but it's an open process to actually structure the program. And then the program committee can build on that and approve the ones that fit whatever theme that APRIGF will have for next year, for example. So it could be part of the process for the community to provide input. And it could be, for example, that sessions that are tutorials, that are marked as tutorials, are considered part of day zero. But it could be incorporated as part of the program in just the type of session, and people can say, I would like to have this on day zero or as part of the rest of the conference. And not sure if that will apply for the reasons that Hong mentioned, which are very valid. If AP6 is happening next year, it might be a space there to work with newcomers without extending the events for another extra day. So we just need to kind of figure that one out. But it could be part of the proposal application for the program.
Okay, so I've got Satish, I've got Paul, and I've got Anju. And if we could have quick comments, because then I want to allow Babu a few minutes to talk about the event next year, and then we need to call it wraps today because we have engagement at 15:15. So it's just 7 or 8 minutes left now. So
right,
Satish.
thanks, Rajneesh. I support Sylvia's comment on the process for Day Zero event, and maybe the next year program committee can look at this. My comment here is that next year we might have a different problem, which is too many people. And I think we might have to plan for this because this Nepal, Kathmandu is in the middle of a very populous part of Asia Pacific. And it's a very free visa, as Babu already mentioned. So we might have to think on how to limit as well. Thank you.
Oh, hi everyone. Nice to be here. And I'm not a very close participant these days in either the MSG and the APSIG process, so I apologise for that. And any of these comments are not meant to reflect on what's been done for this meeting or so far. But I just wanted to repeat something which some of you will have heard before about the relationship of the School of Internet Governance and the IGF. And I really think that, in my view, the IGF itself is a school of internet governance. I mean, I'm hearing more and more these days that the
Aaron, take the inner table. Yeah, there are still open seats in the inner table. Please. I would like to request Rose to take the inner table. There's an open slot here in the back, please. Thank you. Yes. So are there still any free seats in the front? Yeah, there's still?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are two.
Yeah,
So.
okay. So we'll maximize everything in the
Yeah.
inner seats so that, yeah.
And feel free to, yeah, take a floor if you want it. So, oh, so. Just let me check the with remote speakers. So I don't know for sure it already works, but like can you hear me like Nani if you join us remotely? No response. Oh, it's oh no.
Yes, Mariko, I can hear you.
Thank you. Oh. Yes, yeah. Sorry, not me. Like, I mean, like Nani's voice is a little, yeah. I don't know. Yes, yes. Nani, can you talk something?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh,
now?
okay. No, yeah, yeah. Now, it very clearly. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I don't have to scream
Yes,
then.
other. Yes. So, Jigs, give me something. If you can hear us. Hey, okay. So, I'm sorry, this. Hi, Jigs. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So, I think now we can start. So, thank you for joining us today. I'm very glad to there are a lot of the young people to come to this room, and I would like you to be very active in this session. Like we have some speakers, but we are very welcome to the young people, and also not the young people is also very welcome. Like to take the mic and what you think about and what is opinion, or if you have any question to join the internet governance community, yeah, please use this mic and yeah, talk something. So first of all, I would like you to introduce our speakers. So I'm Mariko from Japan. I'm a moderator of this session. Originally, this session is proposed by Jigs, who I hope he joined remotely and yes. So originally, proposed by Jigs from the Philippines. He's a representative of government, and I'm from the private sector. And
GN from civil society.
Jaewon from Korea, and I represent the civil society.
Aris here from the academia.
Yeah, and Nani, can you introduce briefly?
Hi, this is Nani from Malaysia, civil society.
Okay, and I think this is not. Okay, so these are our speaker today. So the first of all this session is focusing on the our youth perspective, youth participation in multi-stakeholder model (MSM) in the internet governance. And in the last year, we also have the somehow similar session was there, and like we share we also invited several stakeholders, youth, like from government, the private sector, and the technical community, and the civil society. Yeah, and we share a lot of things there. And hopefully, unfortunately, this year we can organize the kind of workshop again. So I'm very happy to be here. So the first of all, I think the Iris will moderator.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, this has blessings from Jigs. So Jigs, I think you're watching. Okay. This is quite different from all the sessions that you are going to attend to, because there's a setting of a mood type of part of it. So how many minutes do I have? 5? 10?
How far?
10. Cool.
Maybe 5 or 7.
Yeah.
I hope.
I really have a strong partnership with Jigs with this. Okay. I was just shocked that he put me into this. Anyway, so I think my students know already about this one, and I think we're going to introduce it to the international group right now. So because of the concept, I think last year there was a comment wherein youth should be fun. Okay, the concept of fun is really the youth being involved with all of the discussions and everything. But, the youth has another side, which is, having to relax and to have fun a little bit. So that's what are we going to do today. Okay, so we're going to set the mood. Okay, may I request everyone to please stand. Yeah. Sorry to... Yeah. So don't worry, you're still young enough.
I will be always young.
Yes, you would be. Okay, so first of all, just follow me. Please raise your left hand up as high as you can. Because it's, we came from lunch, right? So we need to really move our blood from our veins, going up and down. Go to the right. That one. Up. Yeah. So stretch your arms, from both sides. I think you need to go here. Yeah, stretch your arms. Touch the hand of the other person on your left and your right. Wow, this would be great. Okay, let's form a large circle. Okay. So, have you heard of an earthquake intensity? Intensity, the seismic. Yeah. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Because the youth are going to rock the future of IG, so let's start it with rocking it, right? So, I think you know the intensity. So when I say intensity 1, push as hard as you can to the one on your sides, which corresponds to an intensity 1, okay? But when I tell you to go higher, you push harder, okay? And let it rock, okay? So let's start this. Let's have a little bit of a trial, okay? Let's have intensity 1. Okay, 1. Okay, so yeah, just 1. It doesn't. Okay, there's somebody who's going to. Okay. Okay. So let's have intensity 1. Okay. Well, don't do that. Just yeah. Okay. Okay. How about intensity 3? Okay. Let's go back to intensity 1. Just to relax a bit. Intensity 5. Go to 4. Let's go to 4 a little bit. How about intensity 8? Oh. Oh, we are just continue. That's intensity 8. Let's go down to intensity 1. Okay. So just to relax a bit, inhale, exhale, intensity 9. I don't think that's intensity 9. I don't think that is still intensity 9. Okay. I don't know if we're going to continue with this session and that now everyone is tired, but thank you very much for participating. So, yeah, thank you. That has a patent, by the way. Okay.
So I hope everyone now very relaxed and maybe wake up after lunch. So thank you for Iris, very good. Yeah, you're very best mood setter. I gave you MVP. So please let me begin the serious but fun part. So first speaker is Jigs. I hope he already there. If not, yeah, I will.
I'm here.
Oh, yay! Hi. So I think you can see the Jigs there. So you have 5 minutes. I'm very strict timekeeper. So Jigs will talk about the digital use and the electronic governance, e-governance. So please, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mariko and Zian, for sitting in there instead of me flying to Russia. This is the power of the internet, and we're all young. So I'm part of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. How many are in the room right now? Are there around, I guess, around 20, 30? Or
100,
around,
100.
100.
Yeah, 100 jigs, 100.
Okay. Anyway, do you have my slides there? Can you see my slides there?
We can see you.
Yeah, maybe we could pull up some of the slides from the secretariat. Can we do that?
Now we are preparing.
All right. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the role of the youth, especially in the Philippines. I guess Aris there clearly represented that there are a lot of opportunities for the youth. And the Philippines has been witness to the vibrant dynamism of the younger generations, especially in the field of internet governance and digital transformation. These are actually big words that majority of the ones in the profession are already using. But in fact, in a recent forum in the Philippines, we have a newly installed ICT minister here. He remarked on involving the millennials in an effort to highlight the positive contribution of the youth in nation building. The new ICT roadmap of the Philippines is called the National ICT Ecosystem Framework. I'd appreciate if you could forward the slides to the next one. It has been released earlier this year and co-authored by several representatives from the youth sector. That is very much important to all of you because for once in history, we are now actually co-authoring national ICT policies and plans. The youth have actually represented various stakeholders ranging from the government, academe, industry, and other organizations. Why is this significant for all of us? It is because with an ever-evolving field such as internet and ICT, the majority of the users are coming from the younger generations, that is us. And our collective voice is representative of the aspirations of being socially connected and opening up digital opportunities. So the following points that you are seeing right now are some of the things that I would like to highlight about ICT development, industry support, net ecosystem. So since Mariko is very strict in time, please move to the next slide. There are various initiatives of the government, especially in the Philippines, in the DICT. We are the ones handling the ICT and managing the policy initiatives of the government. Next slide. One of the highlights of youth participation is actually the Internet Governance Roadshows that we co-presented with the Foundation for Media Alternatives and the Internet Society Philippine chapter. And in the recent celebration of the National ICT Month here in the Philippines, a large number of audience came from the youth sector. We're in a specialized industry session and a lecture was conducted for the younger generation. Next slide, please. So we have a lot of discussion platforms that we can actually use in order for us to involve the youth. One of the things is, of course, the series of Internet Governance Roadshow that I've been telling you. But aside from this, it is actually worth noting that the youngest ministry here in the Philippines is the ICT department. So that brings us into perspective that we are only a little over 3 years old since our establishment in 2016, and we have identified ICT reform to benefit more the the youth sector. The forward-looking vision of ensuring that ICT capacity is built to sustain the younger generation is an emphasis of how our administration here in the Philippines regard the younger generation as a major stakeholder, especially that majority of the internet users are young. Next slide, please. A great deal of effort actually has been initiated to capture the youth perspective, especially in formulation of national policy, which relates to the use of emerging ICT applications, including the internet. An online public survey we conducted, we used it to gather stakeholder inputs for the National ICT Ecosystem Framework. That is one of the newest policy frameworks that is available to the Asia Pacific region. You might want to take a look at it. It was co-developed with the Internet Society. It actually serves as an effective platform for youth participation because in that roadmap, we tackle the ICT trends and how they are perceived to affect the industry as a whole, with emphasis on the younger generation in order for us to sustain these kinds of efforts. Next slide. I'm actually summing up now. The defining factor is dependent on identifying sector champions. We have to identify local champions to best represent the stakeholder groups. He or she is actually likewise to able to advance interest, especially through generally accepted methods and processes such as these kinds, forums, conferences, workshops aimed at internet ecosystem development. The strong sense of a digital youth or digital youth leadership is mirrored in the conduciveness of actually also of the governance landscape in one country. If your government is supportive of these kinds of trends, voices will be treated equally, and that the youth will be recognized as drivers of innovation. So yeah, I guess that's my presentation for this afternoon there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you for your very prompt presentation. So the I think just let's move on to the quickly Jen. She is she will talk about the grassroots youth initiative, Youth for Thick. I think if you attend the capacity building day, I think Miri was introduced here. So but this time Jen will explain a little about it. So please talk in 5 minutes.
Hi, so actually, if you were in the session, YGF session this morning, so you probably already have a good idea of what is Youth for IG. So I just want to highlight like 3 main points that we had in why we wanted to start this initiative. So mainly it's grassroots initiative. So the 3 main points is that it's because of youth motivation, and we wanted to fill in the gaps that we find in conferences and fellowships as young people, and also we wanted to have more youth empowerment and capacity building. So I'll first talk about youth motivation. So Youth for IG, we wanted to like generate awareness and capacity building for young people in the internet governance ecosystem or space, for them to actively participate in policy making processes and dialogues. So we wanted, as we said this morning, we wanted to be home for young people in the Asia Pacific region to meet, share ideas, and contribute to the multi-stakeholder model. And we wanted to be like something that's casual and chill, but at the same time something that you can learn from. And I wanted to emphasize that it's a very grassroots movement of youth who have been to various conferences and have been fellows like myself and many other people here in the room. And we want to share our experience and learning process to newcomers like you guys or any other future newcomers. And the second point is we wanted to fill in the gaps that we experienced or saw as young people. So I started participating in internet governance 6 years ago. And from there, I remember my first IGF was like there were less than 10 youth and all the other people were like older. So I didn't have any buddies to hang out with or stuff. So I was always with like the older people. And it was a bit intimidating for someone young and fresh. So I see that over the years, the youth participation has grown. Like now we can occupy a room. So that's one thing that's good. And yeah. And we can see that youth here moderating on the panel, and youth are submitting workshops. So essentially there's a youth voice now. So we already like got past that part. So the next part is how to fill in the gaps that we see and how do we move on from youth participation. So essentially Youth for IG, I would say, is also we aim to continue. So the continuation we want to continue. So it's not just like we don't want to just participate like one time and then that's it. Like we forget everything that we learned and we don't do anything. So we want to also give you something that you can do and contribute to the community. So it's for first timers as much as it is for returnees, because we think that people who have experienced in these conferences can also give their input and mentor the newcomers. And the last part is youth leadership, empowerment, and capacity building. So, as I said, we want to involve more youth, and we want to provide guidance to encourage you guys to apply for fellowships and give you direction on how to navigate the space, because it's a very large community with many, many, many different tracks, ICANN, IGF, and all those. So we want to steer you in a direction that you are comfortable in, interested in. And we also want to maintain a network that you can find as a resource, so that if you want to apply to something, you can just come to us and we can give you information that we have. And also that we can exchange ideas. So things like wanting to develop mentorship toolkits that we can use, you can use in your local communities. And also the important thing is we also want to provide feedback for fellowships that we experience, because one of the things that we noticed that the courses are repetitive. So some of us have took it like 2 or 3 times, and we feel like there's no value for us as returning fellows or returning participants. So how do we also help people who have been continuously going here? How do we make their participation worth it? Okay. Yeah, just in time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Jen. And so, yeah, I think continue to engage in this community as a youth is somehow difficult, but I will mention later. So I will follow up later. So thank you for Jen, your talk. And so we are moving on to the nanny who is joining us remotely. She will talk about methods and platform where youth can push the NEGAB agenda forward. So can you start, Nani?
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
So, okay, got it. In 5 minutes. So basically, I joined I'm just going to go straight to the point. So basically, when I started my involvement in internet governance, it was in 2016. That was during the time APR-IGF was in Taipei. And I can tell you this, for the first time, I went there as a participant, but never as a panelist, nor speakers, nor fellows. Tried to apply to be part of the fellows after 2016, still didn't get the opportunity, but that's okay. The thing is, I want to share with you, all of you here, is that it's not just taking the opportunity to apply for fellowship to allow you to participate in the issues, especially anything related under the umbrella of internet governance, but to take the risk to submit proposal for sessions. So you don't have to just push the agenda by just participating, but being a fellows or any of the youth and ambassador programs that's available by ICANN or Internet Society. Because I always participated Asia Pacific Internet Governance Academy by ICANN. In 2017. So, but that's just a crash course of what IG. But the only way that I can tell you this to push the agenda is actually submit the proposal for sessions that can actually push the youth agenda. I see there's an opportunity for you to invite as many speakers that you can think of. So since I can see all of you here from the camera, I would like, with the help of moderator, to choose 2 people from this workshop, any youth in this workshop, to share with the rest of us here why you are here today, since day 0 until today, and then what can you can share one takeaway of what you learned so far about IG.
Okay, Nani, I think everyone don't look, try to not look me right now. But okay, I put one and jump at one.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about sorry, I don't know the name, but sorry. Okay, Iris can pick. Okay. I don't want to be a bug.
Hi, I'm Bea from Southville International School in the Philippines. May you repeat the question again? I'm so pressured right now. Sorry.
just share with us only one point. I mean, no pressure, just one point. Don't have to go
Oh, I'm really pressured
way
right now.
beyond. But what have you learned so far since day 0 about internet governance?
Well, honestly, I'm pretty aware of what internet governance is due to my very handsome dean right here who I'm very aware. But as of now, what we've been learning about it, of course, as being part of the youth, we are a major, like who mentioned it a while ago that I think Jigs he mentioned a while ago how we are a major part of the multi-stakeholder, we're a big part of it. And as being youth, I think, like also what Gian said, we need to be represented a lot. And I also attend a lot of forums in the Philippines, and there's only a few of us who attend these type of events, and the rest are like old. I'm sorry. What's the right word? Veterans. Okay, veterans. Yeah, not
experience.
But experience. That's the right word. But I have no idea what I'm saying anymore. I'm really nervous. But I think what the takeaway of this is of course, the experience, of course, and also learning and understanding the different perspectives from people around Asia Pacific and all of us here in this room right now. And because I don't want to be just stuck in, what the Philippines, like what we think about of internet governance. I don't want to stay in that bubble. I want to be able to go out internationally and understand what other people's definition of IG is about. So I don't know if what I'm saying is making any sense anymore, so I'll stop talking now. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to answer that question because I just had an idea. My name is Aisha Shakira. I'm from Malaysia, Internet Society Malaysia chapter. So I feel why I'm here is because I wanted to push the internet governance agenda in my country. But I feel like since we're all youth here, if each and every one of us take that role, go back to our countries and start like this in our own country, in our own capacity, it would be really good. I mean, I'm pretty sure in a lot of Asia Pacific countries, this is not really like the in thing, but we can make it the in thing because we're youth and we know what the in thing is, right? And the good thing is when we're here, we get to know what are the current trends, what is popular, what are famous issues, and kind of like when we go back, we can make it cool so it can suit like our generation as to what we can go on Instagram and just talk about it very casually and not make it seem like it's such an alien subject, right? So make people come and join Youth for IG. Tell them that it's like this cool club. It's not a cult, So yeah. So that's basically what I wanted to just point out. So let's just each and every one of us go back and become leaders in our own countries. And in the future, I'm pretty sure because of each and every one of us, it's like a major retweet. We go back, we retweet it, and we come back with more people. So, I mean, we're young people. We know what a retweet is. So, yeah. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. So before I end my part, I would just like to say and echo with the two participants that just shared the point is that you don't have to follow whatever the course that was set by the previous people that have started this conversation. You can just set your own course and create your own ways on how you can make other people participate in the internet governance issues. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So there's one another user who wanna talk a little about so.
Hi everyone, I'm Emma from Vietnam. I'm a youth in YRGF in Vietnam. We will hold YRGF next year. And the reason why I am here is that at the first place, I participated in YRGF Vietnam because I just want to feel safe in the internet. Because in this era, in this technology area. We use internet as a daily basis, and we can't study or work without the internet because the Google Drive or other apps is so handy that it helps us reduce a lot of unnecessary things. And but there are really much cybercrime or just cyberbullying in the internet, and I feel a lot unsafe. And by knowing more about internet governance, I just want to protect myself and my friends from being harassed in the internet. And for participating in YRGF in Russia this year, I feel like I know more about the human rights, and I want to spread that into Vietnam, and so that my friends and even the people that I don't like will be gain some experience, will be set some light into know how to use the internet properly and safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad to many people want to take the floor. So the next speaker is the Joe.
Hi, I'm Jaewon from Korea, and I would like to just casually talk about my experience throughout the internet governance. First of all, I want to say there's no other platform like this platform for the youth to have their leadership position. Just 1 year ago, I was a student in the Internet Governance Academy, and now I'm here as a speaker, which means that just in a year you can be like a student to a leadership position, and if that's what you want to do, you should really get to participate in this kind of platform. And I'd like to also mention that even though you are not majoring in like internet related stuff, is still kind of connected to what you are really doing. For myself, I was studying development and cooperation, which is helping developing countries. And in this regard, since my professor were like majoring in water resources, whenever I said about like I'm going to internet forum, and he was like, what the hell are you going for? Since I was writing about like access to water, sanitation, and hygiene, he was saying like there's no connection at all, and you should like specialize your what you're studying for. But I just thought like access to water and access to internet is all for the person who want to empower themselves, and for the developing countries it is needed for everyone, not only for the individual but their own economic growth and so on. So I believe this experience will not only help you to learn more about the internet related topic, but also your own background. For example, this internet governance experience helped me to get another job, even though it is not related to internet. For example, I just got into one of the UN organization based in Rome. Even though it's agriculture-based organization, since it's the HR department, while I was a committee member of KRIGF, I was recruiting and educating, managing the youth ambassador, and they liked the fact that I was having an experience of recruiting people, even though it's not related to their topic. So in terms of that regards, you guys can still do what you want to do in this kind of platform and still do the other thing in other platform that you want to do. Yeah, so, and I don't want to like be like an uncle or auntie, but like in this kind of platform, like since there are kind of younger generation than other platform, I just want to casually say that there will be always like uncle and auntie come to you and say like, oh, like you should major computer if you want to be in this platform, or like some people always talk to you and like say like, oh, if you want to keep continue doing this, you shouldn't say you are majoring like water resources or whatever to be specialized. But we are living in a different generation and we are still young and the internet is still changing and it's all connected. So ignore what others says, and I just want you to like keep continue what you want to do. And yeah, that's what I was really wanted to say here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. So we have sorry, we have a lot of speaker right now. Well, like so the I think Putinist is also joining us remotely from. I hope so. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay. So, could you turn on your camera if you don't mind? Oh no. Okay. She don't want to. Okay. So please, you're talking 5 minutes.
Okay. So do I have to share my video or not? It's okay. Okay, let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Niet from Cambodia, and currently I'm a year 4 student majoring in computer science. And today I'm talking about youth driving ICT in the emerging nations. Okay, move to the next slide. Can I control the slide? Yes. In the past 10 years, ICT is quite new to Cambodian youth, and because they were still living in traditional ways in terms of daily life and learning styles. Yes, next slide, please. And only some people can access to the internet because they don't know how to use it, and Cambodians' knowledge is still low about the ICT. Okay, move to the next slide. Recently, there are more people access to the internet of all ages, mostly high school and university students who use technologies and the internet to have their homework, assignment, and personal pleasure. Next slide, please.
Sorry, I'm.
Okay.
Okay. So you can control by yourself, I think. On.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, I don't think I. Oh yeah, I can control, but I don't know where to control. Wait. Okay, I see.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes. Given that context, the internet user in Cambodia has grown rapidly because there was big support from both public and private organizations such as ICT workshop in local communities, which mostly held for high school and university students, as I have previously mentioned, because they need to be more aware of ICT. And after those young students have gained knowledge about ICT, so they can volunteer to teach both young and old people in rural areas, like you can see in the picture. And after that, after those young students have gained knowledge about ICT, so they can volunteer to other countries, and other volunteer from other countries like Korea or Japan also support Cambodian young students about this field as well. And after those promotions, I have noticed that especially in this 2019, young people in Cambodia tend to choose ICT majors such as computer science, e-commerce, networking. Unlike before, most of Cambodians are likely to study law, history, and a large number of female students choose only accountant, finance and banking, and so on. But now, after they have emerged in this digital world, I have noticed that most of the students are interested in ICT major. And after they have gained those skills, so they have know more about ICT, they also trying to connect with local and international youth about this field as well. And they always, like me, yes, I have a chance to apply for workshop or exchange program abroad. Like this is a picture of my friend, the exchange program in Vietnam and India. And like me, before I have participated in APICA, API, IGF, something like that. And for all we know that for boosting ICT promotion, and we all participate in this field and practicing in accessing the internet and exchange our thoughts, our ideas from country to country, so that we, younger generation, will emerge in ICT more and more. Thank you. That's all for my part. Yeah.
So thank you so much for presentation. So the next is my come, but like let me the like internet like having this in interactive way. Like so I'd like to ask like how many of the people in this room are students? Also like undergrad or graduate or yeah, okay, both, it's fine. Oh, sorry, can I? Knowing the speaker. Oh, okay, you're okay. Thank you. So then, if you are youth in youth mind is also fine, but in private, the work in the company or NGOs or something, please raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, thank you. So so Kels, like so until this March, I was a graduate student, and from April I started to work in the private sector based in Japan. And so what I want to share is like, so as the Jan told before, like continue to contribute in this community as a youth is somehow difficult. Cause like one thing is I think Jan told like so I think some of you are joining here as like one of the fellow or programming, but I think so. What's the next? How can you continue to join the, I think returning fellow is also fine, but like sometimes like students it's difficult to find secure travel funding, for example, right? And also like, so if you are working in laboratory, but I think academic conference is easy to explain, because if you work in research, like, and then if you write a paper and the paper is accepted, so I will go. It's simple to explain. But how about this kind of internet governance conference? Like it is somehow to explain why you want to join or why you have to participate, and even if I organize a workshop in the university and also explain to the professor, yes. And then another difficult point is like it is difficult to find a company which led you to continue to work on this area, and also I mean attended this kind of conference, or like how's yes, like if you wanna like studying in the workshop or doing a leadership position in this community, like you have to explain why this is like merit for, what is the merit for the company, for example. So and hopefully so my experience is like, so I was giving up to continue to this community originally, because in the end of last year I got the job offer from the network vendor, because I was from the computer science, and like I got a job like the kind of customer support engineer in network vendor. So it's so but and I got offer, but like if I choose this, I think I'm not here right now. I'm not, yes. But unfortunately, after that, like another company, like my current company, Mercury Inc., are like, and like, I think, we both are like, found some possibility to work on like kind of regulation of the technology, for example, as a researcher. So I found the possibility to continue to work, so that's why I changed my decision, right? So, and what I want to ask is like, so those two are very, I think, difficulty point to continue to work in this community as a youth. So I want to ask a doubt, if you don't mind, in this room. So how do you think the adult can support those young people's problem. If you have any idea, please let me know. Oh, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kavita from Nepal. So first, I work with one organization called Body in Data. So it's more about technology, women, marginalized community, and how do we practice our rights on ICT world or internet and technology. So it's more around that. I just don't want to answer the question, but also I have some reflections regarding your presentations and the session, if you don't mind. So first, I would like to go for the reflections. As we all always claim that we are like agents of change, and youth are always like celebrated because of that logic. And somehow we should be kind of aware, as we all admire that we are agents of change, but we also have to be a little critical about it, because there are lots of challenges why youths are not trustable, why youths are kept aside. So I think we have to be quite critical about that. And when we are talking about IGF types of forums, we should be more critical about these issues, because it is not, we don't only want to initiate things, we want really the sustainability things also. That's why I think that is one of things this floor can be aware when we are doing this sort of things. So I have kept some points. So one thing is like I'm not sure what sort of background we have in this room. In many ways, it's not only about our educations, not only about engagements and all. That might be your personal identity, your personal educational background, or your ethnic background and all. So I think one thing which is I kind of felt that it is missing in this room is like the diversity among youth. I think the diversity in many terms, that there are lots of youth, and I really don't want youth to be manipulated and just mobilized as we were in very long time. So for that also, I really think we need to have that awareness, or be more aware about, to really include every backgrounds of youth here. For example, we can say that if we have really included the youth from very remote areas, or the economically might be from the gender identity, because I really miss that sort of things throughout this event till today. There are very much recognitions of diversity, though it is about the very techy things, but it is not only about the techy things. That always goes back to the community. So we can't really miss that part. So I think we have to be quite aware of that. Maybe it could be the suggestions for next time when we organize, or we think of, or we propose anything around youth. So, and it might be like a question, why we really think youth is important, and what sort of youth we are trying to address here. It might be for any of us. So that could be felt. And I was, it might be my over expectations, or I just had that feelings. If we could have something additional, for example, maybe some sort of critical things, or some sort of research things, or some sort of more strong things that we could deliver in this session. So what the other youth will also feel that, okay, we should not miss out idea of things. It is something that is very much important for us, and we really want to intervene. So that could have been possible, I think. And regarding the question you said, what are the challenges, or how could the adult can support? It's like one thing is like not only being, it's not exactly dependent, but it is first thing, I think it is the one who leads it. That means we ourselves. How do we present ourselves, and how do we present our logics around it? How do we really present ourselves that we really mean to be here? It is very important space for the youth as well. So that is, first thing is ourselves, I think, and more about communicating it. Nobody wants to lose powers, everyone wants power. And when they have power, they don't want to give it to others. That is quite of human nature, but it does not obviously applies for us. So I think we need to really intervene to the point. There is the rights that we really want, and then only there is other people who will support or who will criticize or who will be very much supportive and always there. So first thing is we ourselves, I think, and then how do we present ourselves? And we also have to tell people with logic that this is youth. That's why it's not always like youth are very active. We have lots of funds. Besides that, also there are lots of things that we have to put because we want someone else to really recognize that we are there. It's not about taking us as token, but we really want to have that presence because we really exist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, sorry, right now I have 4 people who want to there are requests from 4 people who want to speak. So first, Miri and Jenner and the Hero and Nani. I think. So first.
Okay. Hi, I'm Millie from Youth for IG. I'm just going to try and address the few questions and encapsulate it within my comments. So I agree to a lot of things that Kavita said, and just to propose as a solution, I think there has been considerable amount of work done on bringing youth to this platform, one of the reasons why we are all here. And now the onus is on us of how we make our voice stronger. We can come to a lot of these different forums, not just IG, but at the UN level and in our own countries. Come, have a good time, learn something, go back, and then forget about it, which is the easier route and which is what has been happening for a lot of time. But we cannot advance the youth mission and the youth voice, and we can't go beyond, being fun and all of that if we're not united together and come together as a purpose, saying, okay, we're going to meet in Russia for 3 days and be at the APR IGF, but what are we going to get out of it? And that is something we could think about before coming here if we were all united. I mean, we now know each other and we're here today, but there was nothing that connected us before. And even though we're living in different places, as youth, we all know the power of communication and social media. It would not have been difficult for us to get together before coming here virtually and making more out of our time, saying, oh, I'm going to be there for 3 days. What more can I get out of it? So as we get more and more stronger and united, we stay together, we can strengthen the youth voice in the region and then globally, and then also bring in the underrepresented, the minorities, the youth from inaccessible areas. There are so many people who still cannot be here, and maybe we cannot be at all the events that will keep happening. Then going back to Nani's presentation, I think one of the very important things she said that, she tried for fellowship a couple of times, and a lot of us in the room do that. Some years we will get it, but you will not get it all the time. So the most important thing, and that also addresses what Mariko said, that you will have a resource issue. You will always have trouble finding travel funding to go to any of these events. You'll be a student sometimes. Sometimes you'll just be, you'll graduate and you'll start working. Maybe you have the fellowship, but maybe your employer will not give you leave. Those kind of things realistically will happen in a couple of years when you go to a workplace. So how do you start bridging those gaps? Firstly, I think the best solution to do that is embrace the virtual universe. The beauty of at least internet governance that I'm aware of is that everything is virtual. So many of our presenters were not here but were still part of this presentation. And that is what we need to continue doing next year. It's going to happen. APR IGF will happen. It will happen in Nepal. Some of us are close by, we can go. Some may not be able to go. But that doesn't mean that you will not be involved in what APR IGF is doing that year because, oh, I'm not going to Nepal, I can't follow up what's happening. Keep track of the event, the schedule, try to be as virtually involved as possible. Use your time more effectively. You will have other commitments, obviously, but if you want to keep the youth voice stronger, you need to put in that effort. You will come to this place once, and then after that, it's up to you to keep continuing that mission. And then thirdly, I think Mariko also said a very interesting thing of how she chose a particular career. When she graduated, she had two choices in terms of a job, and she chose one over the other because the current job that she's doing gives her the opportunity to stay engaged in these kind of platforms. So that's also something you need to be conscious about when you choose the next level of your job, career, or even education. There will be different opportunities. Sometimes if it's not fellowships, you can try and negotiate with your employer if they have some avenue that allows you to be here or even participate, or an institute, your academic institute, if you're a researcher, if you're a final year student, because they might see some value in you attending these places. The third thing is also tap into your own governments. For example, Korea, the Korean government has a program to fund at least one student or one enterprising youth to attend any of these conferences and to contribute there. So try to look for those kind of avenues in your own countries. And if they're not there, try to meet the right people and push for those kind of things. Because I really liked Jigs's presentation of the one thing we always never think about is the government. It's far easier to get a sponsorship from Google than it is to go and get it from your own government, right? Because you're like, you don't even know who to go and speak to, because Asian governments are like crazy levels of steps, and you're like so many people in the queue. But that is also the one sector we need to start pushing into. Most of the young people these days do not opt for government jobs. I mean, I don't know how many of you or any of you work or even speak to your government at any level. I don't think so. Just one hand up, right? And that's Singapore. It's like the smallest country in the region. So and it's more organized than any of our governments. I mean, Philippines, India, it's crazy kind of. Let's not get there. So let's try to keep that bridge open with our governments, even if they're not so organized, even if they're not so aware of all these spaces. Let's try to keep that connection, because government is a very important stakeholder in the multi-stakeholder space. So if we don't start incorporating them now, 5 years later when we are not youth, or 10 years later when we are a little older, we will not have that connection. So let's try to keep that channel open too. And yes, so Youth for IG, I think, is that one place, hopefully, that can become, and it's aiming to become that unit where we all can stay together connected. This panel can remain like that on the WhatsApp group, and we can keep doing more stuff together. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mil. So after Miri, Jenna will take a mic.
Hello. Sorry. I'm Jenna from .Asia organization. Before I work in this company, I was actually engaged in the youth initiative called NetMission.Asia. It was the point that I first started my journey in internet governance. That's the point that how I started. It is essential for adult. Now I'm in the adult life, and it's essential for us to actually do everything that we can to include youth. Why? Because the youth is a majority part of the internet user, and most of them actually digital native, and we are all together to build the future of the internet together. So that's why they have to be involved in the process. But most of the youth, they're not aware of internet governance like me. Last year, I don't know anything about internet governance, but since the point that I know there is such capacity building program and a platform called NetMission, I started. So I think I appreciate a lot that we have a youth session here that is actually organized by youth, participated by youth, that we can actually gather everyone here. And I believe many youth in this room, it's their first time joining a conference like this. And I believe if we don't have this kind of workshop, we might not know that, oh, youth can actually submit a proposal to APRIGF. We can submit a proposal to IGF, which can actually help us to bring our voice to this kind of level. We thought, oh, it's adult world that we can never speak up. We can just be part of it or contribute with a really, really small contribution. But no, we can make change together. But sometimes it will be like, I don't have much knowledge and experience. So at different level, I believe we have different level experience in this room, some of them just started, some of them have been here for a few years. So that's why I just want to add up a little bit on what Millie said. For the youth in this room, maybe you have been engaged for 2-3 years and you want to continue. Sometimes you don't always get fellowship, right? Maybe you join the network. Even you can't really be present and joining on site. You can still contribute on the project, on the initiative, or anything that we all initiate and keep continue it. But for those who just joined and want to continue and you feel like you have knowledge gap, maybe joining that mission or any other capacity building program. So it is essential for us to first be aware of what is happening and then tell your friend, and then maybe their interest, then they will continue. It's essential for us to, pass it on to more your peers around you. And this is the first step we can do to help with the entire internet governance process. And I believe after today, more people in Asia will know about internet governance, and you're part of it, and we make change together. Thank you.
So Hiro, please.
Thank you. My name is Hirotaka. I'm working same company as Mariko. So I'd like to point 2 points. So the question is why the use is necessary for the internet governance discussions. So I'm adult. So from adult okay. So the first thing is like the people mentioned about diversity and inclusion. So that as already Jenna mentioned, like there is so many issues that only the younger generation can aware the issues that only a younger generation can aware of that. So of course, like experienced people sometimes may not notice some issues. So that's the reason why we need to invite youth generations for the internet governance, multi-stakeholder communications. And second one is that. So adults, experienced people, and sometimes it's easy to get their seat positions or like resources. I mean, like budgets or those things because they are experienced. Sometimes seats that requires like some experience or knowledge. So that's easy. They're easy to get their seats. So that's why we need to have like use position and. That is because like, so look at those regions around the internet. So they're getting 60s or 60s. So they're retiring soon. But the internet community itself needs to run. So we need the younger generation to get in that area to work on those items, which like the regions still there is issues that regions still working on. So we need to handle those issues. So that's a reason why we need to encourage the youth generation to participate in discussion, of course, for the internet governance, but also like internet standardization. So technical and also governance discussions. So what adults can help to encourage youth participation. So first thing is like give an opportunity to younger generations. So I'm adults, but I'm still struggling to securing my budget to attend those meetings. But like using that budget works or privileges, we need to use that money resources to help like a younger generation to participate in discussions, and also like the adults still needs to convince the more experienced people for securing the budget. So that's that we can do, and so that's continuous process. So once like youth generation gets experienced, they need to do the same things for the more younger generations. So that's a very continuous loop. So I think this is a 2 point that we need to the adults needs to focus on, and also like we can help for the younger generations. Thank you.
So sorry, like right. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, yeah. Like I have some. Yeah, there's some still or the queue here on the like. could you like quickly speaking about like cause there is more to who wanna talk, right?
Okay, don't worry, I'll be quick. I think the two most important key points that I would suggest all of the participants here would consider when it comes to moving forward in pushing your agenda next time in whatever platform of internet governance is that first you have to know lobbying, second you have to know advocacy. Because when it comes to pushing your agenda in this huge field of internet governance, you really need to be good at this too in order to make sure to include as many stakeholders that you can think of. Because when it comes to diversity and inclusion, it's nothing if you don't have, if you don't know how to lobby and you don't know how to advocate on things. And to echo the previous participants that have said, we are already a digital native community. So we have the flexibility to actually use technology to our benefit. So yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Nani. So, the next I would like you to the one of YIGF participants who never speak, or in this session to welcome. So, please, the speaker name and where you're from and.
Okay, hi, I'm Kenneth, and I'm from the Philippines, presenting the youth there, Youth YIGF 2019. So, I would like to bring in for the perspective of someone who is very, well, quite inexperienced and not really knowing much about internet governance. So basically, it started out like as I was interested in information technology ever since I was a kid. With different devices, I would love playing with them, and eventually that came into fruition in college when I decided to choose this course. And so, quite frankly, before I wasn't really into taking leadership roles and taking initiative. But after attending this conference, after seeing all the number of events, it really inspired me and it kind of pumped me up to take initiative and start to actually participate as a youth, because we need to, yes, take into consideration that the youth is a major part of the stakeholders, multi-stakeholders. And so I personally, I did something I never thought I would ever do, but I actually like I tried applying for the IGF in Berlin, and surprisingly enough, I got accepted into the first stage. Thank you. Coming from a lack of experience, of course, you would feel nervous and maybe you don't really know what to do, but honestly, those things can come along. You'll learn a lot of things as you go, and the people that you'll meet, you have to take into consideration of how nice and considerate they are, and you can always rely on them if you ever need help and assistance in furthering your experience in this field of internet governance. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So so very congratulations to your first step in IGF. And also all of us are very welcome to be a mentor of any of you if you want to apply for the kind of leadership program fellowship, because John has, I think, 3 years ago got the final stage of the IGF, I think the same fellowship. So I think if you know how you manage to pass until the final stage, maybe Jen will have a good advice. So yes, then Iris, and after that I think you will talk about, I think, B and YGF, right? Okay, so if you quickly, please.
Okay, for the record, this is Aris. I just want to add to some of the things that actually I'm not youth, but I look like one. But anyway, I do have my colleagues here and my students. Just a response to one of the things that were mentioned earlier, that you need some concrete things. Actually, the students right now here and for the past several years, we are doing capacity building activities that were organized by these students you're seeing right now. And for the past 3 or 4 years, we're doing that. And we also have done one through the assistance of the Internet Society. We have already done one access-based related solution to a very remote school in the Philippines. So it's mostly more on the students working on it, and it is really their initiative. It's like I'm just doing some sitting at the side and looking at it as it developed. And I'm really proud of this, guys, and I don't know why they're not speaking about it. So I took the initiative to speak about it. So it's been a while. They're doing it for 4 years, and we're bringing in a lot of students during our conferences, our workshops, and hopefully in the future we could also create something like a little like the one that we are having right now. So hopefully, and we're going to talk about it when we go back home and with all the learnings that they have gathered from this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so like after you go back, I think you guys can contact us via Iris, and maybe Iris for some everything. Okay, so so I think our final speaker will be talk about on the Vienna IGF.
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for having me here. And it's such a big pleasure to be surrounded by all the experts in this field and these active, smart youth from different countries. I'm Lee, and I'm come from Vietnam. I'm adult. I work as a coordinator for an NGO in Vietnam called Vietnet ICT. And the reason why we need to take a long flight to come here, because now let me tell you about the situation in Vietnam right now. The definition about IG in Vietnam is still narrow. All people know about IG is all about like DNF server, domain IP or IP address. Nothing, no one mentioned about like human rights or cybercrime or like security in Vietnam. But as in all country, all the trouble we have been running into is caused not by the IP domains or IP address, but caused by the human behavior on the internet. And the second one is if any solution or the legal decision provided by government just decided by the private sector and government. It's just a discussion between two sectors. We don't involve multi-stakeholder in Vietnam and get inspired by Net Mission, Vietnet ICT, and SecDev Foundation decided to organize an OIIGF in Vietnam, most importantly to raise the voice of the youth, because in our opinion, young people are the next generation who shape online life in the future, and we want to step by step change the behavior of the internet user in Vietnam. And by the experience that we have been worked with the government agency recently, so in Vietnam it's so strict to organize any workshop without permission of the government. So we decided to establish youth commit from including students from different backgrounds and different universities, and advisory board. We select NGOs, private sector, some government agencies and some IT experts like Microsoft or Avtech in Vietnam. All the advisory do to help the young people is to create a capacity building to teach the youth from youth commit how the basic knowledge in IG and to suggest them to the next plan to how to do the best to organize YIGF next year in Vietnam. And we know that it's a long and rocky road, and we need to take step by step in Vietnam. We know it's hard because now we want government involve us to give the permission to use from university to involve the internet, because internet is like virtual, and it's not the thing the government can see, and we took the first step by organizing the first meeting under the Internet Forum last March. It was a side event, and it was like 100 attendees attended this event, and we had some discussion. So I will pass my time to the youth who was discussed directly with the advisory board, and she know better than me.
So hello everyone, my name is Chang and I'm from Vietnam now. I'm from Vietnam. I come from Vietnet ICT, and last March we held a forum we call YGF Vietnam 2019, and it's a side event under Internet Forum. And at that event we attracted over 100 participation, including governmental agencies, our youth participants, and other Vietnamese university from very various background. And at that organization, we focus on a topic how to raise awareness. Internet governance in Vietnam, because as you all know, internet governance is really completely strained into Vietnamese, and we are really hard to find a way to raise awareness in Vietnam. And with advice from advisory boards, we build a plan which contains some activities, such as we will organize some workshop about about the internet governance noise, and we will localize materials about the internet governance, and to in an easier understandable for students, and to build some workshop or to build a more YGF for students in Vietnam, and especially we will localize materials about internet governance in a format of comics or songs, or songs to be easier for students. And today we come here to, I'm very happy and be pleased to listen to your comments or your advice for our next forum, YGF Forum 2020 in Vietnam. So I'm very happy and very looking forward to your comments. Thank you very much.
So we have more 7 minutes, and yeah, I give a priority the participants who have never taken the floor. So just go. This is open discussion.
Sorry, I make a short comment. I come from Taiwan. My name is Fu Yan.
Nice to meet you.
A little different thing from the young participation. In Taiwan, we have two phenomenon. One is political problem. So we talk about international government. International is sensitive. So we most of the Taiwan student over time people turn into a technology community because it's not political. This is one. And two is the language problem. Even we learn English 6 years before university, 6 years. But we teach English is for test, not for conversation. We need to conversation English, not for test English. It's is a two problem for my observation. And so I hold organization 2 years ago. We called the digital volunteer, and this is if you have a laptop or a mobile phone, you can input your URL digital volunteer specs. We have English website, and we turn a lot of spatial term in technical to the visualization, and we teach the elementary school student how to programming. In Taiwan, we need 10 years, 10 age. We need to learn how to program in the elementary school. Okay, that's all. I know time.
Thank you. The problem, yeah, I completely agree with the especially language problem, because Japan is also like the test. We only learn testing in English, so not conversation. So yeah, it is one of the biggest issue for like I think you guys' English is very good, but like still very good. Yeah, big problem. Thank you. So just go.
So first, I want to wish the Vietnamese. What? Oh. So first, I want to wish the Vietnamese delegate all the best for your organizing of the YIGF, right? And all the best for that. My name is Sebastian from the sunny island of Singapore, and Vladivostok is so cold for me, although it's summer. But the people of Russia and the people from Asia Pacific, including people like yourself right here and right now, and also remotely, are so warm in your heart. So I really appreciate each of you through our conversations and also the workshop. And I am so inspired by each of your enthusiasm and your passion. And I will continue working on with my internet governance related projects in Singapore, and also with the Southeast Asian nations and also Asia Pacific. And in Singapore, we have this, I mentioned before in the previous workshop, we have this youth action plan. By 2025, we will create these youth action plans, youth like myself, Singaporean youth, together with various stakeholders, with the government, and also with the private sector and the different community, non-profit, to create this youth action plan. And thanks to each of your sharing and inspiration, you add such rich dimensions to the topic, and this gives me insights to actually contribute to such youth action plan in Singapore, to advance together our internet governance together as youth. And like what Millie talked about this, we need to be united. We also, the other delegates working together. I just want to share briefly about, I think the former remote speaker talked about pushing your agenda, right? So that is definitely a great way, and that is definitely why we are here. We want to advance social justice, we want to advance internet governance issues. But just let me change your perspective a bit and just add a more holistic perspective. Since we are in Russia right now, any fans of martial arts here? No? No worries. Have you heard about judo? The Japanese martial art judo. The Russian martial arts sambo is also influenced by judo. And why am I speaking about martial arts in this internet governance forum? So aside from pushing your opponent, there's also an element of pulling your opponent in judo and sambo. So like what Aisha mentioned about making internet governance cool and riding on the wave of the new technology, emerging technology, we can actually work together to not just push our agenda, but also ride along the wave of this new generation of youth like ourselves, millennials, youth from the Asia Pacific, utilizing such emerging technology, mobile technology, AI, to advance our work in internet governance. So this is what I have. Thank you.
So thank you so much. The final speaker will be.
Hi, my name is Ivana Saberon, and I'm from the Philippines, from Southville International School, a student under our handsome Dean, Sir Aris Ignacio. So I'm actually very nervous right now because it's my first time speaking in front of this kind of panel. But I just want to add to this forum on how important this kind of events is to the youth like us, because I'll just use a metaphor for the internet, because internet is like a hammer. A hammer can be used to either a hammer is a tool we use to create and build like furnitures, homes, and beautiful buildings and stuff, or it can also be used to destroy and harm other people. So us, the youth, will hold this hammer until we grow up, until we actually die. We'll be using, and actually, the more we grow old, the more we will become more dependent to this hammer. So if we are not knowledgeable on how to use this kind of hammer, if we don't know the power that this hammer can do, we can use it without knowing to destroy other things. So we, the youth, needs to be more aware on the internet, on how vast and how important and how powerful the internet is. So for me, I think this kind of forum should expand to the youth. We should open this kinds of forum more to us, because actually, to be honest with you, before getting introduced to this event, the only IG I know is Instagram. I'm actually a very typical teenager before this event. I never knew how dangerous it is to just post a picture, my information. I don't know that if I post my information, it can be stolen, and I can be destroyed somewhere. I don't even know that. So to sum everything up, as a youth growing up dependent on this tool, I need to be knowledgeable on how powerful it is. That's all. Thank you.
So, thank you so much. So now it's time to wrap up. So, again, thank you so much for joining our workshop. You guys are very interactive, very, I think, respect all of you. And also, I'm shout out to Iris, the mood setter, on the first bird. Thank you so much. And if you're interested in, I think the Miri is one of the organizer of Useful IG, and also Jan is, and some other, my friends are. So if you want to join our WhatsApp group, please contact us later. And so thank you so much for joining us today. Again, thank you for your the participation. Thank you so much.
Just a thing, our friend here would like to give out stickers and to everyone here. So.
Hello again. I can see someone wearing this stickers. That badge. Yes, this is from our organization called Body in Data. You can see there is a small written Body in Data. So we have different badges and also the stickers. It is written in Nepali, so I would like to translate, and you can use it as you want. And it is more about yourself. It's like this one is, you can see the icons here in the badges. So it's like in Nepali, it's kihera. In English, it means what are you looking at? So we have inbox, mobile, Wi-Fi signals and all. It means, it's my thing, what are you looking at? So this is one thing if you want. And another one with this is, whatever I do is what I want. So it's nothing about it's all my thing. So whatever I do is my stuff. And this one is spoiled women. So whoever are wearing, it's spoiled women. And that means we have different icons like lipsticks, nail polish and all. The one who is beautiful, who wants to do whatever she wants is like spoiled women. That's why it is, if that is, okay, I'm spoiled women. So there is another one.
The last one?
It's called This Is Mine. So there is also notebook, pen, and so many things. That means we can say, for example, mobile. So people just comes and go through everything. So that's not your stuff, it's mine. So it's like that. So I have this one here. I have the same things in stickers. If you want, please come and have fun.
Thank you for giving us novelty. Thank you.
Just a quick announcement from the organizing committee of Youth IGF. So after the coffee break, we will have a youth roleplay discussion session in YIGF classroom.
So for the youth participant, please be reminded to go back to classroom D574 to have the roleplay discussions on the topic of filtering what you see, reviewing contact policy, and way to escape echo chamber effect in Asia Pacific. See you there at 3:30 today. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can we
discussion. This is workshop number 35, Language Diversity in Asia Pacific, Challenges Towards Digital Dividends. This workshop is in Nepal, and we have of course Priyatos Jana himself, who will be speaking remotely. We have very experienced Nadira Alaraj here. She is also academician, and we have Ben Gerard Sebiela from Philippines. We popularly used to call him Jigs. He represents government of Philippines as well as ISOC Philippines as well. And Mahi is also from private sector, government sector, and ISOC Sri Lanka as well. And Rajneesh Singh, who is head of ISOC Asia Pacific Bureau. So let me start very briefly about the this workshop. We'll be talking about language diversity in Asia Pacific. Asia Pacific is that region having very diverse from various perspectives. For example, if I'm not wrong, we have around 20 hours of time difference from Pacific Islands to South Asia. It's very long journey from that perspective, and we have very diverse community. We have various linguistic communities, and these are very issues that could be addressed to bring half of the global population. Immediately intervening into the content, Rajneesh Singh, as MSc chair, at opening of this APRIGF 2019, talked about diversity of Asia Pacific and challenge of bringing another half into the board. So, so far, whoever is online is not that much difficult. Whoever are not online, it's very difficult to bring them into the board. So, Rajneesh, I'd like to request you to talk about your experience and your thought on language diversity in Asia Pacific, basically from challenges and I should not say immediate solution, but how to address this situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Babu, and thanks for this opportunity to Priyatosh and yourself. Indeed, the last half of the world will be very, very difficult to get online. And I think one of the challenges, and so there's multiple dimensions to those challenges, you're getting them online. Obviously, one is infrastructure, another is economic issues, there's some social issues. Digital literacy is a big issue, but intertwined into all of that is the fact that we have that language will be a major issue. You know, the further out you go out into rural areas or unserved, underserved areas, the level of English drops off rapidly. In some places, there is no English. I think if you look at how the internet has evolved over the last couple of decades, you know, it started off from the urban centers and it started, you know, spreading out, you know, in concentric circles, if you like. And what that means is typically people, if they live in an urban area, they may have some level of English. I won't say everyone speaks fluently, but you know, there's some understanding of English. So it's an easier transition into getting online. Because the first thing you see online is everything is in English, right? Unless and until you know where to go and where to navigate. I mean, type in google.com, it's all in English. Even the logo is in English, right? So if you can't read English, you don't know what, it looks very colorful, but you don't know what Google actually means, right? In fact, I don't even know what Google means. As a definition, there's no, I mean, Google is a new word, isn't it? Anyway, so language becomes a major problem, I think. Now, I think I'm lucky because I can speak several languages. I think, in fact, pretty much everyone in this room can speak several languages, right, or at least a couple. And that, as growing up as a child, that came to me naturally because, my parents would speak to me in something, my grandparents in something else, my neighbors spoke something else. At school, I would learn a different language, so it was easy to sort of take all that in. But it's so much harder when you don't grow up in that sort of, let me say, a privileged environment where you have access to all those educational and social educational facilities. You don't learn languages like that. So if you look at people who may not even have literacy, they may not even be literate, let alone know multiple languages outside their own native language, it becomes highly problematic. Now, a lot of work has been done over the years to try and get the internet to be far more multilingual than just being an English-based internet. I think there's been some successes. I remember a few years ago I was in Nepal and we did a session just on languages and content, right? But again, my issue is that all that is happening largely in the urban centers or for an educated population. Now, if I want to go and connect, let's say, a tribe somewhere in the mountains of the Himalayas or the mountains of South America or somewhere, what do I teach them? How do I teach them? They may even speak a language that no one else speaks outside of that region or locality. One country closer to home is Papua New Guinea in the Pacific Islands. They have over 1,000 languages. Depending on which side of the hill you're on, they speak a different language, right? So how do you get those people online? And they may not actually speak English, or they may have verbal skills, but they may not be able to read or write. So I think there's, some massive challenges ahead of us. I mean, things like IDNs and all that, of course, which I suppose someone will speak about, has really helped things along. But that only applies to people who are literate in the first place, right? If they can read and write, it works. So yes, I have content in my local language. Yes, I can write content in my local language. But even if I don't have those literacy skills, which is what this last billion we will face with the last billion we want to get online, that's where I don't actually have a solution other than having some sort of government intervention, having some sort of funding intervention by multiple organizations. Does UNESCO get involved? But then where does UNESCO get the money from? So, so I think it's an issue that has been talked about many times, and I still don't have a clear picture on what the answer is. That last billion, how will we ensure they actually benefit from the internet? And language will be key.
Raz, you have been leading in a society in Asia Pacific since long, and in a society has been very active on community network as well, expanding the network at grassroots level, trans-Himalayan level or mountain and that thing. From your experience perspective, how this effective to bring address this language diversity or other kind of diversity in fact?
So when we started that program back in 2010, which has now become a global program for the Internet Society, but we started off in Asia, in India, in fact. And as I hope people know, India itself has there's I think 22 official languages and 14 official scripts, if I have my numbers correct. And when we decided to structure the program, the primary objective was go to a completely underserved or unserved area. So we went to places where there was no electricity, let alone a decent telecom signal or data availability. What we very quickly realized, and our whole idea was that we would train the local community to be able to run, build, operate, and maintain those networks. What became very obvious was that all our materials were in English. Our instructors spoke English. And that suddenly became a massive barrier because here we go into this little village. People have heard about the internet, they want to get online, but it doesn't make sense to them. We can't even teach the local kids on how to configure a router because the router interface is in English. Right, so that was a major challenge for us. So then, with Mahabir Pun from Nepal, with his assistance, we started translating all the documents into at least a couple of local languages. So one was in Hindi, for example, so that at least those who could read and write Hindi could then start understanding what manuals they were being given and what they were being taught. They still had to, of course, translate between because the code interface was still in English, obviously. But so we'd put pictograms there saying that if it looks like this, this is what it actually means, and here's the translation in Hindi and so on. So no, that made us realize that this is a major issue which we sometimes gloss over, because there's that fundamental thing that it's a language they don't understand. And we've had challenges all along the way. So whenever we do those training programs, we ensure it's someone who can speak the local language. We did a deployment in Pakistan a couple of years ago. So we'd ensure that the persons who were delivering the training spoke the local language, be it Pashto or Urdu or whatever was in that locality, or Punjabi in the case of Multan where we did this. So, so that's very critical. But the other issue we had was, where do we find someone who is well versed with network configurations and speaks Pashto or speaks Urdu, or Urdu is not that hard to find, but or a local language that may not be widely spoken, right? So again, there's translation happening between that there too. So I'm just describing that, just showing you the challenges we face. It's sometimes easy to talk about, we got to get them online, we'll teach them literacy and digital literacy and all that. It'll all happen. The real world is very different.
Thank you, Raj. I'll come to Josh as well, talking about IDN later on. Then now I would like to go to Susan. He's engaged in shaping different internet-related issues. Internet or technology itself is a neutral thing. It doesn't bother about the language or something different kind of things, but still it's a barrier. Different issues are considered as a barrier. As a technical perspective, or from service provider perspective, how you can see that we can come over from these kind of things. And one more thing is, we are talking about digital dividends. Now I think ISOC also has tested some area for using this TV white space as well. So how we can come over from those barriers? Can you share your experience?
Hi everyone, I'm Susan from Nepal. I'm working from last 16 years in the internet access technologies. Internet access technologies. So Nepal is geographically very challenged. Nepal is geographically challenged location. So we have mountains, we have plain areas, we have hilly areas. So mostly in Nepal, like best access technology is wireless still. So for the remote part or from the rural, Himalayan part, still wireless technology is best choice for the internet access for those people living there. So I think if we explore on the this wireless technology to bring them online, those people online, then it will be helpful. Plus earlier it says like language diversity is used in Nepal, like 122 languages are there, spoken languages are there, and only in written format is only one or two scripts are there, like Nepali Devanagari. So still in remote areas, like they speak like many languages, and written format is not there. So still we can try with the Nepali language translation of all the internet website or these things. Might help for them to get access rights to internet, and they might that might be helpful for them to get a benefit from the internet. So we need to develop, or we need to run the program or community-based network or community-based awareness program to help them to get online. So it's still around like 60% of in Nepal, 60% internet penetration rate is 60%. So still that is higher in the urban area, whereas very low in the rural areas. So still we need to work a lot in the, getting internet layout in the rural areas. So yeah, this is the
issue is language or technology. I mean, if you use broadband, then you can put your local language, you can use local language, then what is the issue?
Yeah, main thing is like not the internet connectivity as of now, is content. Is content is the really challenging for the rural areas to get them online. So since like it's still like 60-70%, like we can build some internet access network for them, but still they are not able to access internet because of the language barrier. They are in Nepal, like if you go the stat, like only 1% of Nepali they can well understanding the English language, whereas like Nepali 44% Nepal, 44% of the total population, the people understand Nepali, that is Nepali language, national language, right? So if we develop the local content based on the local languages, then it will help for those people. So I believe like local content is the local content, or content in the local language is the main barrier for them to get online.
As business perspective,
Okay.
as a service provider, how you can think that local content could be promoted, and this digital opportunity could be given to end user?
So mostly, if we see the behavioral aspect, internet behavioral aspect of Nepal, then mostly people are like 70 to 80% they are using Facebook and the YouTube. So that is popular because of they can interact in the local language and they can share their local contents. All right. So people are mostly using this content. So in this part, right, business perspective, if we could develop internet internet local content for them, or we having that some translated online document for them, then it might be very helpful for them.
Thank you. Before going to Nadira, I'll come to Joyce, though she is not initially in the panel. ICANN has introduced IDN to help local content. So how you think that IDN can contribute developing local content and coming over from this diversity barrier, bringing people into the internet?
Hi everyone, I'm Joyce from ICANN, and thanks for just giving me a few seconds to talk about IDNs. I also acknowledge we have real experts here in this room who can also speak about this, and I would be happy to hear from them as well. I think IDNs, a few things, and also I want to comment about what Raj said in terms of literacy, illiteracy. But first of all, IDNs, or internationalized domain names, the idea for it was really to allow communities where English is not the primary language to be able to use a different script to access the internet. So basically that is what the IDN is. I was just thinking from what Raj mentioned just now, in terms of, yes, we do have IDNs, but then what about the people who can't even read and write to begin with? How do we get them online? IDNs isn't really going to help. And actually that is true, because if you can't type what you need, you can't search, right? Maybe one way is to also look at different technologies. So IDNs is useful for people who can write the script, but I think if we, for example, use voice-activated apps or voice-activated search, the IDNs become very powerful, because then you don't need to speak in English to get that search in. Okay, so then let's say I have solved the issue of the search. I can use voice in my own language. It embeds the script in. It still doesn't solve the problem of whether they can understand the local content. So unfortunately, there's no issue
So in that case, do you think that AI-based tools could be very useful for developing this content?
Yes, absolutely. So I think there can be different ways and a lot of opportunity in this area for people to come online and using what the community have already been developing and building. So there's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's actually a lot of use for IDNs and to be creative about how you use it. Not just in the usual way that everybody thinks is, which is, oh, I must type it in the bar and that's really how we use it. There can be other ways to use it as well.
Thank you, Joyce. I would like to come to Nadira to talk from linguistic as well as cultural perspective. It's very important part that cultural diversity also should be addressed. So from your experience, can you elaborate how we can overcome with this part?
Yeah, in a way, when you approached me, thank you for approaching me to replace who couldn't attend here in person. So when I read the description of this workshop, I just, the first thing occurred, so I will be talking about from personal experience, and I'll be talking about with people who speak the language, and where is the diversity is. So when you approached me, just reading the description, I found that it reminds me with one incident happened between me and my friends. We have a reunion of classmates. So I was sitting, and the discussion was, different issues. And I was one of the issues about privacy in the social media platforms. While my turn talking with somebody, then one of my friends, he told me, Nadra, hey, please speak everything in Arabic. I said, well, that was kind of like a shock for me, because I was thinking that I'm speaking Arabic, but later when I kind of recalled why she's asking so, it seems that because my information, my resources of information are English based. And by default, when I can't find the English, the Arabic term of it, it's just I replace it without thinking the English term. So I found myself that I'm speaking a hybrid language. In fact, it was so painful from me, because it's just kind of, I feel that I'm kind of abusing or this beautiful Arabic. It's a poetry. It's distorting the Arabic language. It's a beautiful language. It's kind of poetic language. So it makes me feel kind of odd. And that's the comparison. By the way, most of my friends, they are educated, but their sources of information is based on Arabic content. So they are Arabic content, and the Arabic content on the net, on the same issues, it's either translated from English or it's out of date. So it brings me to another issue of the divide that happened between us, because talking about the gaps and the divide. So it's basically like my information is English, and this is another. It creates a gap between the two of us. So it's another thing I have to think. The English is also not produced by us in the Middle East. It's just mostly they are imported translated from different languages from the developed countries. So we are kind of importer of this information. It's information everywhere, but by the time we just translate it, if somebody translates it, it's just be out of date. This is another flag we have to think about. This is another issue, like about the search also. I'm talking about the tool we are using to access to the information. Like any other region, mostly we use Google for searching the internet. When you look how the languages provided by Google and how many languages provided, we find that using search engine in the mother tongue, we find Google providing 150 kind of pages search engine as a search tool. While in the world, according to UNESCO, we find around 6,000 available language. I don't expect Google to provide such. So it is about going back to the grassroots, and the initiative has to come from within to bring, to have a demand about putting our languages on the net and providing the tools to have the communicating with the internet with the internet, the tool of the internet. I don't want to say much because Google is the best platform, not the best, the most invested in languages. While others, if they are maximum reaching toward 1,150 languages, what about the other, like Apple, what they provide? So they are less than that. So still there, we need to catch up to the languages provided by the software. Want to ask, or just to go to the second idea? I feel like
I'll go to Priyatas and then I'll come back to again. Priyatas, can you hear me? Priyatas?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you share
Do you hear me?
Indian perspective or your perspective on this very quickly?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So actually, I need to talk to effect and challenges of multilingual life in India. So
Go ahead.
Hello?
Sorry.
Am I audible?
Yes.
So my organization of talk is just like multilingual complexity in India, Indian language internet users, India's internet users base, Indian language and expected growth, technology and standardization challenges, and how to get the success. Okay. So in India, a multilingual internet will enhance the local internet experience in large regions of the world by enabling people to share and access information or use services offered in their own languages. So whatever in the urban area in India, local languages are going to be the key in convincing the next billion users to come in online. So in multilingual complexity in India, the India linguistic scenario is that linguistic diversity is very rich and wide complex characteristics. Actually, complex characteristics means one language, many scripts, many language, one script. Okay. So Indian language internet users by 2021. So the predicted breakup, most of the peoples in India, they are used to prefer the Hindi, the co-official language of the Indian Union along with English. So by 2021, and expected to 201 million Hindi users, I presume that 38% of the Indian Indians so will be online, according to the KMPG, Professional Consultancy KMPG and Google study. And other remaining languages are Marathi, Bengali, and Tamil follow 9%, 8%, and 6% of the user base respectively. Okay, so India's internet user base, so as per the Indian language users, already far exceed the number of English languages users in the country. If you see in the 5-year period after that, Indian language users are expected to grow at an additional rate of 18% to, that is 536 million. So in the same period, we have seen the English language users are likely to grow by merely 3%. That is, that mere is 199 million. Okay, so online activity is '21. So the sense was in chart application was in 2016 169 million, but we are predict that users in 2021 that will become 396 million. Okay, so the huge growth. So the technology and standardization challenges. Technology challenges is non-conformance with English-centric model, complex nature of key technologies like machine translation, cross-lingual information access, character and recognition, etc. And compared to Roman script, Indian language fonts are very complex. Okay, and have initial development of language computing solution. And the standardization challenges are code standardization, the encoding, input, display. And in terms of application level, presentation issues and web design and implementation of issues. So,
Priyatos?
technology system.
Priyatos?
Yes.
Do you have any best practice bringing not literate from technology perspective into the internet in India?
Technology perspective. Actually, in terms of script, many script, one language, one script, many languages. So in the technology perspective, the complex nature of the key technology is machine translation, cross-lingual information access, character recognition, etc.
Thank you, Priyatos. Jakes, you are listening us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, sure. Can you share your perspective from Filipino experience, very diverse compared to Nepal? We don't see any sea, but we have lots of islands and thousands of islands.
Yeah.
So it's your different experience. Please, floor is yours.
Yeah. Well, the Philippines is an English-speaking country, and the internet, as we know it today, is dominated by this language. There's a unique opportunity for native speakers to also be involved in the development and the promotion of a multilingual internet. The concept of language diversity appeals to many schools of thought, including dialects and native texts, that although may unusually be used online for the Philippines, the possibility of its utilization shall still remain open. There has been a recent revival in the Philippines native texts. It's what we call Alibata and Baybayin, use of which traces back to prehistory, after which our country has been colonized by several other countries, eventually leading to the decline of its use and being replaced by Roman characters. Baybayin is a writing system whose segments are based on symbols and similar to that used on Hindi, Tamil, and Japanese. According to one of the popular websites here in the Philippines called When in Manila, Baybayin is gaining popularity and rediscovery as it is suddenly become famous around social media and in the form of wallpapers, smartphone keyboards, and digital arts. As the government mainstreams multilingual internet, we welcome developments including the introduction of a lot of keyboard applications for language input, especially for composing emails, posting on social media like Facebook, and writing messages in WhatsApp and whatnot. While it has not been necessarily discussed in local internet governance discussions here in the Philippines, we sincerely believe that online literacy is somehow related to the lingual imperative of ensuring that users and the medium are matched for enhanced interaction. I'll just do a segue that the Philippines has recently launched the National ICT Ecosystem Framework. It's the authoritative roadmap for guiding ICT development here in the country. And this is where the Philippines may consider seeking a resolution to the multilingual approach to doing policy work in terms of ICT and, of course, the overall improvement and growth of the internet. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Mahi, are you there? Mahi?
Yes. Am I audible to you?
Yes, Mahi. Please share your experience.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And Ayubowan, Mama Maheshwara, Sri Lanka, Niyojanikarimitha, Mithana Katharani. I know many of you didn't understand what I said here. It's my language, Sinhala. Okay. Sri Lanka is a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious country. In our country, we use 3 languages mainly. One is Sinhala, Tamil. Those 2 are the official language, and English as the link language. In 1956, we had an act called Language Act 33 of 1956, which has created a 3-decade war in our country. That means one language, which is Sinhala, the majority, language as the official language, they declare it as a official language, and the war has been started and 3 decades of the country has been wasted. So this is shown the value of the language. Now we are in the era of data. Last 2 years in 2018 and 2019, we had 2 internet shutdowns due to the conflict, social media content issue. So I'll base these 2 incidents to show you what are the challenges and how we need to get together on this language diversity issue to be addressed. In 2018 and 2019 April, the government has blocked, shut down or restricted the internet to control mobilizing people on violence against other religion, other ethnic groups within the country. So their only statement is to protect the violence. They have shut down the internet. We have discussed this within the last workshop we had in the API-RIGF 2018 also. So we have communicated with the tech giant, the Facebook, because we consider it as the elephant in the room. So Facebook has discussed the barrier that they have to filter these violent content on their platform due to the language issue. This Tamil is a majority language when it comes to the world. Facebook said that Sinhala is used only within 1.5 million within the whole world. So the script is much different. And to identify the Sri Lankan script via AI is a difficult task for them. So they have empowered manual process on filtering rather than based on AI. But the accuracy of AI need to be increased. So our language is need to be identified in machine learning at many levels. Again, another issue in our Unicode system, we mostly use this 0-width characters in our language. But in our Unicode system, we don't find that this 0-width character. But this creates a complex issue to write some words in our Sinhala language. And when it comes to the root zone labeling that going on at the moment, the Sinhala language is used by the already defined Unicode system. So this will be an issue in longer term. And Sinhala language script variant with mostly Gujarat and Devanagari. So where that we have to think of this cross script variants.
Mahi.
Okay, this is my summary. Thank you, Babu.
Thank you, Mahi. Nadira?
In fact, I will continue about about the platforms and the way they control the their algorithm, the way they handle the way the search engine displays for the end users. So based on a study was conducted by Graham and Zook on Google search engine on my Palestinian area, occupied area, where we speak, there is 3 languages spoken, the English, the Hebrew, and the Arabic. And the finding, it was, for me, it's interesting finding, because the search engine, if for example, they search for the same term in the 3 different languages. For example, if they search for music in English, and they search the same term in Arabic, say musica, and the Hebrew musica. So in Hebrew, so the result, the search result, Graham, this research was conducted in 2013, and the result showed the variety of that returned back as a search result. So the Arabic content, it shows if they search the same term, between 5 to 15 search results less than what is what returned as a search result from the Hebrew letter. And the same thing, if they search the same thing for English in the same region, we found that the English will bring more results from the Arabic results by 4 to 5 times than what is the Arabic search result. Another dimension of their platform, which was striking for me, because kind of Google kind of took the liberty, I think, to have this geopolitical discrimination and segregation of, for example, the location mapping. For example, if I want to search for restaurant in a particular city, and then search, if I search in Arabic, English, and the 3 languages, on the Google map, it shows the restaurants in Arabic, different location, where if I search in Hebrew, restaurants in Hebrew on the Google map, I get different restaurant, even in English. So anyway, like the algorithm of these platforms are playing and directing, creating segregation, not having equal, maybe if they have this algorithm, if I've searched restaurant and have all the synonyms related together and brings everything up, we have kind of fair search results on the issue. So that's basically also this is creating the divide between different languages and different content on the net. And also that's my last point, going to what could be done about the content and how this especially about monetizing, because bringing, also I don't have to blame also Google, because some of us as providing or writing the content, we can have, I don't want block to the Jewish, to the Hebrew, to the Hebrew letters. So anyway, there is some bias. I don't know the research, how depth, how dependent of you block some sites, some searches from some languages not to search your content, and that is another issue. But it's controlled by the creator of the website itself. But as initiative, especially the content also, maybe we are not producer of Arabic content, and probably that's also why the reason we have less search results coming from our region. But also this example gives from any region, it could happen in anywhere in the world, not just in my region, because they took a sample. My last point about why we have to create initiatives. Yes. How to empower, how the government empower people to start contributing to the content. It's not easy, because most of the initiatives after a certain, then it falls down. The only way, if we have this mentality of monetizing the content, how to make a business out of the content, and especially the clickbait and all this, it brings traffic, it brings people to contribute. Yeah, I will generate money from my content. This is also helps, but also not everything works as a business model, but also there is the issue of reaching the content of the perspective of the people's. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadira. Joyce?
I would like. Okay.
I'll come.
This is Joyce for the record from ICANN. Thank you to Mahi and also Nadira for your comments, and it sparked some thoughts with me. I think the issue is really also about language and politics. And thinking back about the multi-stakeholder model when we call for diversity and inclusion, and a big part of why we have the multi-stakeholder model is because we use it for policy making. And when most of your policy documents, most of the discussions are conducted in English as the main language, it cuts out a lot of people from being in the room and being part of that conversation. Even if you could understand English as a second language, you still are hampered a bit because you're using jargon that's in English and then you have to translate it into your own language and try and make sense of it. So it's already very difficult for the APAC community, I feel, to want to participate fully in policy making. So ICANN has also been grappling with a lot of these issues about how do we try and use translations, and even then that is not like the foolproof way of getting people to feel more included. And just with the volume of all these things that you have to read in order to understand how you can even contribute in policy is so difficult. So I feel like in internet governance already we are slightly disadvantaged, and we need to do better to try and break this barrier.
Thank you, Joyce. Any more comment from audience? Liana.
Thank you, Liana Galstan. So some observations on different topics that we've been discussing about the content and the local content. So in order to have something meaningful, we need to contribute. So it is on us, on everyone as a citizens to make some contribution over there. I've been on a conference on the accessibility issues, and while I was preparing there, I met some people, the deaf people and blind people, and the blind person told me that what we have a program in Armenian, it's really very bad. So when they tried this voice program in Armenian language, they could not understand the text reading thing. And when I met some programmers, the Microsoft people, etc., and I raised this issue, they told me that you need to use it, actually. Even if it's bad, the program itself, but you need to use it because it's a machine learning. As many you use, then the better the program will become. And the same is with this content. If we want to have a rich content in a local language, we need to contribute itself. So one of the good resources that we can contribute and make this content in a local language is the Wikipedia program. And we do that a lot of capacity building among the students, among the school-age children. And we provide this tool. And the Wikipedia Armenia, they opened a lot of schools in these classes of learning, teaching the tools, how Wikipedia is working. And they are giving the translation opportunities and teaching them how to contribute on the article creation and translation. So in this way, at least we have and we create a part of the content in Armenian language. This is really a difficult task. To have content meaningful on different topics in your language, and just a compliment on only on this part.
Thank you, yeah. Liana. Leo.
Hello, I'm Kavita from Nepal. I have only one, two concerns. It's like one thing, digital world, as we said, it is very neutral. No, I don't think it is neutral. From the very beginning of its establishment or programming, it has always been so dominant of the powers, and it is never for the powerless people, whether it is content, whether it is the program inside there, it has never been accessible to everyone. I really think so. So in that sense, we can't take a digital world or digital things as being so neutral. It is not. It is very much dominant. So from that, it's not like dominant, it is creating differences from the very beginning of its start. So I think one intervention should be up there, that might be in content or the program way of delivery. Another thing is like, what sort of diversity of language we are talking about. It is only about the culture, it is only about the geography, but as I said, it is it should be or include the language of emotions that we come up with that has the value, obviously, and which is not really addressed when, for example, that the issues of the rights, issues of access, issues of my values that I want to represent and which is not able because of the language in terms of that content, in terms of that delivery. So I think that is another concern that we have to be very aware, because no one is like similar. Everyone has differences, and each differences has its different forms of languages that we really need to address. Otherwise, it's always going to be like dominant from some sort of groups, and other will be always like divided in different categories, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo, and then I'll come to you.
I'll be just very quick. I represent Leonid Todorov for the record, Russia. I represent a country in which 86% of the population has no command of any foreign language whatsoever. So we know what we're talking about. I would call for caution. You deal with something which would require a strictly interdisciplinary approach. And we should not forget that language, any language, is a very complex system which grows organically. So you cannot enforce, well, you can enforce something, and you can force people into doing something in whatever language, like pretty much like Chairman Mao did with the Chinese. And after all, we have this modern Chinese language which united the nation. But it's rather an exception, and that was made like with very coercive means. I just give you a very brief analogy. So we have a legendary founder of our modern literature who lived in the early 19th century, and until he was 8, he had known nothing, I mean, about the Russian language, because he was from nobility, and it's his family at that time, like everywhere in Russia, nobility spoke only French. So he didn't know a single word in Russian. So the legendary founder of the Russian literature. So my point is that he mastered Russian to the extent that he became the founder of our literature since then, just because it was an organic process. That was a compelling need for him to get back to the roots, I don't know, to communicate with the society, no matter what. So in the same vein, if you deal with the language, there should be, first of all, not even a local content, because to generate local content, you need people. I mean, people should feel that compelling need. So there should be incentives for people to generate that content first, then to go online, for whatever purpose. And it's a very, very sophisticated process. You cannot enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonid. Susan?
Yeah. I like to add some points actually for connecting other half of the people. There are other challenges as well. For example, like in the rural part, mostly in Nepal, they don't have the computing device like a laptop, computers, right? So, but still they have some certain percent of users have the mobile phone. They are using mobile phone. So if we focus on the mobile phone or mobile apps based things to connect them internet, and like AI based a very easy way to use internet for them, like some of them are not literate at all. They cannot write, or they cannot talk other languages like English, or even sometimes other different languages. So if we have like AI based translator for easiness for them, so it will be also helpful for them. So maybe this will help. Mobile based app will be helpful for them. Another thing is in Nepal, like we see one trend, like the before, like in TV sector, like there was only 1 or 2 national channels just 1 year or 2 year back. Now there are like hundreds of Nepali like TV channels. So what they are doing is like the local content and the local program Because of that, engagement of the users are very high now. So they are not following the international content at all, not like before. So I think if we have local content or local internet platform, or the platform where the local content is online, so maybe it will help for them to get online or participate more, aggressively than before.
Thank you, Susan. We are almost at the end of our workshop. I'd like to request Rajneesh. This morning we talk about accessibility and disability and accessibility. Okay, so we have been talking about language, not the sign language. Most of the time we have been talking about Hindi, English, something like Russian or something like that. But how to bring those people who do not use vocal language? So that is also another challenge. What do you think? How we can bring them as well? One, and another is how to bring all this diversity in single platform, like whatever diversity we have been talking in APAC region. How is there any possibility or solution, or how we can address these kind of things?
So, couple of quick things. One, what Nadir was saying before about algorithmic bias, that's quite concerning, isn't it? Depending on what you're using and how you're using it and where you're using it from, the content or the system determines what content you view. Now that has implications way beyond just what we're talking about here. So I'll leave it at that. I think that's a long discussion if we get into that. In terms of people with disabilities, I'm actually giving you a preview of what I'm going to say in my closing tomorrow, which will be on this very issue. And effectively what I'm going to say is that when we talk about the last billions to connect online, people with disabilities will make a large proportion of that. Because much like people in the most remote tribal areas or mountains or islands, unfortunately the people with disabilities, even though they may live in an urban center, they face the same challenges with getting online. There is also, I think, a gap. One of my personal disappointments is, I mentioned earlier that I speak several languages, but I don't speak sign language. So that's something I said to myself that I need to, if I can find the time, I need to learn sign language. Sorry? Yes, and so that's why, and that leads me to a second point. Which sign language should I learn? The Australian one? Or the Indian one, or the Pakistani one, or, and the list goes on and on and on. And there's differences, right? From what I watched this documentary recently, and where they were describing how there's, quite vast differences between how they communicate with sign. So it'd be nice to actually have standardization on that too, and that doesn't exist from what I understand. So if someone knows more than me, please correct me. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is we're talking about digital accessibility. But if someone only speaks sign language, how do they converse with someone who doesn't speak sign language using digital technologies? Do you sign your screen and then that interprets something and then that writes an email? I mean, maybe the technology exists, I don't know. But, that suddenly becomes another barrier, doesn't it? For that to have, when we say we want people to fully participate online, fully is a loaded term, right? And sometimes, again, people gloss over this terminology just to prove a point. But, I mean, if you were at the accessibility session this morning, and there's others I've been part of, and when someone describes a visually impaired person or someone who's has a hearing impairment, that when they try and participate digitally, it's very, very difficult. New tools are making it easier, but what they say, it makes it easier. They never say it solves the problem. It makes it better. It makes it perfect, because there's always gaps there. So I'll leave it as that. This has been quite interesting. There's a few things I made a mental note of as well, which I would like to follow up. And again, thanks very much.
Thank you, Raj.
Please excuse me. I need to go to another session. Thank you.
Leo, you raise your hand, please.
Just a very quick question to the audience. What's the official language of international diplomacy? French. French. Yes, it's French. The official language of the international diplomacy is French. Does anyone use French for international diplomacy? None. And here is a good lesson. I mean, and you, lady, also sort of alluded to certain factors. So I would also recommend when we talk about this multilingualism on the internet, we should not forget that at times we make a very deliberate effort to actually row against the stream. What we are trying to do, we try to make like that counter move, and in effect, we are trying to coerce people to do something which may probably go against their will. Simply because we should not forget, as I said, language, any language, and the language system is a very complex system. So this concerted effort should not go against the trend, but rather should complement it and enrich it. If people want to use English to communicate, we should also provide that opportunity to those currently illiterate, probably because, for example, I'm speculating, in Nepal, there is a far better methodology to teach people English rather than to teach people whichever local language, which is sort of an attribute of this particular ethnic group, small ethnic group. So you will waste years trying to push them to develop whatever content in their language, which may not even have a script, rather than to give them an opportunity to learn English now and get online now. So we should not, I think this is like something which would also worth thinking of. Thank you.
And thank you, Leo. And concluding remarks, Nadira?
Just also about the culture, the culture of providing documentation and online. This is important to start the policy from early ages to produce something online. That's not being embedded in our education system. I think it's just if we start teaching the kids is not just to memorize things by heart and just to put things online by writing, that will start building the culture of contributing to content.
By the way, technical team, any remote question or response there? No. Susan, your concluding remarks, 160 characters.
Hello. For the more engagement in the online, so we need to have the local content, based on the local language in the internet, so that user will be more connected to the internet, the other half part, right? And another thing is like we need to really make the very easy internet for them to access the internet, like maybe AI, AI-based translation or any other, better ways, so that that can really lead to them, or they can really use easily the internet or connect the internet. So that's.
Thank you, Susan. Mahi, 160 character concluding remarks, if you are there. If Mai is not there, Jigs, you there? Or Prietos, are you there for concluding remarks?
Hopefully nothing wrong with the country.
Okay, so thank you very much, all of you who were passionately attending remotely, speaking remotely, and tolerating us in this room. Thank you, all of you. And I guess this language diversity is one of a big challenge. Language, cultural, and other diversities are very challenge for APAC region. And collectively, we should come over from this. As Liu suggested, there could be lots of options, modalities to adapt at indigenous level of our own level. So let's exploit all those things. Thank you very much for giving your time. Thank you.